embark on his intellectual journey together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raffles Ginting. Now we will go to the photo session. Please open your camera, participants. And the committee will capture your smile. Okay. Okay, the committee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your moment, please, to take a photo together? Please turn on your camera. Okay, I will start from the first page. 1, 2, and 3. For the second page, 1, 2, and 3. The third page, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now this is the time for us to go to the first session. In this session consists of two speakers, and Bapak Alisius Harimukti, PhD, will moderate this session. Bapak Alisius, are you in the main session today?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Ida.
Good morning. How are you today?
Yes, I'm good. Okay.
Okay. Before you go to the entire session, I will moderate. I will what is it? I will show you yes, about the curriculum vitae of Alisius Harimukti. Bapak Alisius Harimukti, maybe you can spell. Okay, graduated from Universitas Indonesia and also PhD in Business Management, Philippines, Christian University, Philippines. And now he is as a lecturer. Please scroll down, please. As a lecturer in Universitas Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya. Okay, and also audit committee in PT Turbo Daya Mekanika. Okay, Bapak Alisius, time is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Ida. Thank you for the nice introductions. I will start with as a moderator here. Good morning to the distinguished keynote speakers and to the webinar participants. Welcome to ICMA International Webinar with the themes of AI-based accounting research, digital-based research design concept, idea and innovation in research model. Okay, so for the first two sessions, we have two distinguished speakers. First, Prof. Eko Ganis Sukoharsono, PhD, is such an honor, Prof. And then for the second speaker, also Dr. Nampuna Dolok Gultom is such an honor also. So this is our two keynote speaker for the first sessions. Thank you for being here with us. Our first discussion will start with Prof. Eko Ganis Sukoharsono, PhD, with the topic digital-based research method. But please allow me first to read in brief curriculum vitae of Professor Eko Ganis Sukoharsono, PhD, before we start the sessions. I will try to share. Okay. Dear participants, this is curriculum vitae for our first speakers, Prof. Eko Ganis Sukoharsono. For sure, we already know about Professor Eko Ganis Sukoharsono, but let me introduce Prof. Eko. Doctor of Philosophy in Accounting, University of Wollongong, Australia. Honors Master of Commerce, University of Wollongong, Australia. Master of Commerce in Accounting, Australia. University Management Program, University of Kentucky, USA. And then Professional Management Program, Oklahoma State University of USA. Membership in professional organizations. Vice Chair, Communication Service and Advanced Professional Education, or we call it IIKPD. Indonesian Institute of Accountants. Indonesian Institute of Accountant Compartment for Academicians. Indonesian Appraisal Profession Society. Institute of Certified Sustainable Practitioners. Indonesian Accounting Multi-Paradigm Society. National Center for Sustainability Reporting. Currently, a position Professor of Sustainability Accounting in University of Brawijaya, Head Center for University Cooperation and Partnership, University of Brawijaya, Head Doctoral Program Study in Accounting in University of Brawijaya, Prof. Eko are also Director Research Center for Business, Social, and Environmental Sustainability, Editor-in-Chief, the International Journal of Accounting and Business Society. He is also President, Institute of Certified Sustainability Practitioners, Executive and Board Member, Independent Commissioner for PT Mafens Indonesia, Senate Board Member, University of Brawijaya, Chairman, Indonesian Institute of Accountant, Compartment Academician, IIKPD Malang, Head Board of Editors, International Journal of Accounting and Business Society. So we have this is short curriculum vitae, brief curriculum vitae from Prof. Eko. Prof. Eko Ganis, please allow me to moderate the sessions. We have approximately 45 minutes to 1 hour presentation, Prof. Eko, and then we will proceed with the Q&A session for 15 minutes. For the participants, there are two ways if there's any questions. The first one, we are going to prioritize also question with a raised hand, but also if you have problem with the camera, you can type your question in the chat box, and then don't forget to write your name and your institutions. So good morning, Prof. Eko, such an honor, and then time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mas Dr. Aloysius. I think I would like also to say thank you. This is an honor for me to join the first session concerning the digital-based accounting research method. And I also would like to to say hello to Dr. Raffles Ginting as a chairman of ICMA, and also the opening session by Miss Ida Ayu Purnama. All right. Okay, I would like to share my PowerPoint. Where is that? Here. Where is that? Wait. I think will be here, right? Okay. Okay. All right. Right. Okay, and then I will shrinking this and wait. Okay. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, I think this is a title given by the organizing committee of this international seminar, digital-based research method, and then I put it double colon, ethno-accounting research paradigm of non-mainstream, right? So, okay. Well, my presentation is actually, this is based on the inspiring paper that I published more or less now it's 9 years ago, before COVID, 5 to 6 years before COVID, means COVID-19. Interpretive ethno-accounting, understanding ethnography in the accounting research fields, right? And it was published in the International Journal of Accounting and Business Society, the volume 22, number 1, August 2014. So if you are interested in to read more comprehensive, right, this paper, then I believe that you could download free, right? The International Journal of Accounting and Business Society, volume 22, number 1, August 2014. And with the title of Interpretive Ethno-Accounting, Understanding Ethnography in the Accounting Research Fields. So, well, in the body of the paper or the article, it also mentioned online ethnography and virtual ethnography. Yeah. So this is the variety of ethnographies, especially we address the researches under a non-mainstream paradigm. ethnography accounting fail. So basically, the purpose of the paper is to explore practical models of ethnography research methods, not only in the context of traditional way of the ethnography, then we have to be in place, in the cultural setting. But then we may also have online. This is the idea before. I think the terms of digital and the term virtual and online um, becoming very huge acceptance by the society and in particular researchers after the COVID or during the COVID-19, right? During the COVID-19. But in fact, the paper that I published, it was 2014, 2014. It means that 5 to 6 years before what you call the growth of digitalization is becoming such kind of mainstream like today. So when I introduce online ethnography, it is referred to a number of related online research method, right? So it means that it was before in my idea possible using the online ethnography, Ethnography means that we are depicting the context of ethnicity, the culture, the society in a way of using online based or web based. And and the virtual ethnography, in fact, also in the paper, is highly interactive process that provide the ability to make observations of the participant in a device or computer mediated cultures, because the today our society is really digitalized, and we have the two society, two societies or two individuals. One is virtual and another one is mainstream, like the tradition that we could see in physical, right? So well, I think that's why this paper inspired by 2014, it was before. So if you interested in, then you may download the article. Okay. Now, this is what I would like to start by having notifying that today in our, I'm not saying that today is modern, but more in the postmodern, right? Postmodern era, where the technological advancements have dramatically, transformed our research and our data analysis within the realms of the social sciences. We are in accounting in the business context. Now the realms is really in e-society or digital society. So big data, like the advanced statistical tools, right? If you believe in the context of you are storing and using, calculating and formulating the context of mainstream type of research, then you are using the statistical tools, right? And then the digital platform. And I believe that you also understand about the computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software too, right? So basically, our society today has become aware of the integral part of our daily life using the technology. The technology is really very heavy in our daily life. You see, in any activities, then we are thinking that we are really needed technology. You see, and also it has transformed our communicate, work, and our life. You see, and we are living in a way that make it easy than using technology. And then also instant messaging, video calls, social media have connected people globally. It's very easy, you see. And then also information and knowledge sharing become more accessible, right? we are now doing research is much easier, compared to 5, 10 years, or could be, more than that, you see. And then businesses can collaborate remotely and reach wider audiences, you see. And automation and artificial intelligence are reshaping economic model and industries. Even in our discipline in accounting, we reshape, the context of models utilizing the technology. So I start with this, even though at the first I start having the inspiration article of the ethno accounting models. All right. And then before I entering the context of research in the context of digital research method, then I would like to start giving some understanding of what is the digital. Yeah, even though I believe that you know it, but I would like to categorize, from digitalization, and digital transformation. They are really different in the context. So that's why I think that will be very beneficial for you. Then I pass to you this differentiation. Digital means that electronic technology that generate and store and process data in terms of positive and non-positive states, you see. And then and from the word of adjective of digital, then transform into the digitization, right? Digitization. Digitization is basically having meaning that conversions of analog information into digital. So, right? Analog into the code of 0 and 1. So this is mean that digitization, right? And then versus digitalization, digitalization is different too, right? Digitalization is more comprehensive than digitization. And then the digitalization is the integrations of digital technologies into various aspects of business and society to optimize operation and create new models and enhance in the field of accounting could be having more experiences, right, for the digitization, right? But the last is in the context of digital transformation. Digital transformation is more comprehensive to the previous words, where digital transformations means that the use of technology to fundamentally transform the way of business operate and delivers value. So why this is important to be known? Yeah, because this word is really carrying a different context. So that's why more than we are talking about digital transformation rather than digitization or digitalization, right? And this is the categories, among the three words where they are focusing on, right? For example, in digitization, as I mentioned previously, focus on data, focus transformation of data, and the goal is converting analog process to the digital, from the analog, to 0 and 1 code, right? And then the activities also is different. Digitalizing physical resources such as a paper document, manual process to be digitizing using digital, you see. And then the tools also different, you see. For digitizations and the tools you are using the computers and could be some other equipment, for conversion, And then the challenge is, of course, it is using the context of material. So this is meant by digitization. And then in the context of digitalization is different. The focus is processing the data, processing the data. digitalization in the context of accounting, possibly then if you are preparing the financial report and then the processing data of the financial context into the context of what is called formula and calculation. But in fact, in the digital transformation, basically, accounting having having a context of the digital transformation, because why? They are giving the information, and then the focus of the advantage of the information. So the context of financial accounting process, right? Financial accounting process to the way that finally producing a financial report. This is the digital transformation, right? Not only just digitalization, but digital transformation, basically, right? So that's why if we are discussing to the people having the disciplines other than accounting, then we give some information that we are, focusing in the process of financial accounting transaction and formulating into our accounting application, for example, then this means digital transformation. And of course, the goals are different among them, right? For digitalization is automate business process, right? And then when you are inputting, right, the transaction, but then within in it, then they are having transformation, changing the way operate and think, and finally we could interpret it. So that is meant by the digital transformation. So this is the three words are really important to be understood, by us, to be known. And then finally, we are interpreting in the context of how accounting works, right? Right. Now, I move into, this is to conduct the research, right? To conduct the research. Well, to know how we conduct a research, then we must understand that we are not only in one paradigm, right? We are not only one paradigm, but in fact, we are having, at least from this presentation, I give you some understanding that we are having 5 paradigms. In the mainstream type of paradigm is so-called positivism or objectivism or hypothetical deductism. This is mean that positivism. Very much, it was before then, positivism is really attached in the context of digitalization, in way that you are conducting a research, right? Why? Because the context of formulation and then to test the hypothesis very much that you use digital calculation using the statistical tools, But in fact, today, not only quantitative, context, but even qualitative is also possible. Then we use mediated, tools, so-called as software application for the qualitative methods. Positivism. And then we are also having the paradigm of interpretivism, right? Interpretivism. This is non-mainstream, this is non-mainstream. And then the criticalisms or criticalists, and then postmodernism and spiritualism. So there are, at least from this context, then I give you some informations on the 5 paradigms, right? But today we focus on non-mainstream. There are 4 non-mainstream, basically: interpretive, critical, postmodernist, and spiritualism. And then in the right side, you will find the assumption or philosophical assumption underpinnings its paradigm, so-called as ontological assumption. This is the philosophical assumption, epistemological, axiological assumption, rhetorical assumption, and methodological assumption. These assumptions are having different it's a paradigm. Even though to make it easy, in this presentation, I just make it what I call two ways to distinguish between them, mainstream and non-mainstream. Why mainstream? Because mainstream means that the main platform, the main context, what do you call as in English to say that co-opted, the cooptations, in a way that we do research in a positivist way, right? And then another way is non-mainstream. So we are talking now is in non-mainstream because the nature of reality are different, and then also the nature of knowledge is also different, and the axiological assumption, rhetorical and methodological assumption are different, right? So this is what I would like to share with you, concerning the paradigm, And then, of course, the digital research method is very possible to use in the non-mainstream. Whereas in the mainstream is now even I could argue that it dominated, previously when we use the technology then in the context of mainstream. But now non-mainstream are also moving into the use of digital. Okay, and then, right. So this is the conceptual framework, problem finding and then problem solving in the context of the five, even though we focus on the interpretive paradigms, right? Start to do the research, then it will be suggested as you start by choosing the paradigm, this is my suggestion. Yeah, even though when you do research, it might be the paradigm come later, right? Come later. But in fact, that will be very beneficial. You may start from the beginning. Because why? Let's say, for example, if you like to find the problem genesis, that will be very beneficial than you are using the paradigm in finding problem genesis, because its paradigm will find the different, problem genesis. So that's why then in the first line or the first step, it is suggested to you to choose the paradigms, right? The paradigm. And how the paradigm relate to the digital context, that will become later, right? Come later, because its paradigm is very possible. Then you use the digital research method, Even though, for example, if you choose interpretive paradigm, right? Of course, then in the context of the strategy, to find the data, you may use a digital platform, right? Let's say, for example, if you like to have such kind of opinion, right? Opinion, because of some difficulties to find the people face to face because of some business and then the geographical area, then possible you use such kind of mediated technology and then to get the data based on their opinion. And then also archival, archival, because most of the archival today, transform into digital. Let's say, for example, to the museums of Indonesia, for example, if you like to find the archival of inscription or Majapahit inscriptions or Sriwijaya inscription, most probably then you could find also e-archival, archival. And then analytical, empirical is very possible, utilizing the context of digital, right? So this is the framework, basically, when you do problem finding to problem solving, right? And to do the survey and then observation is possible utilizing the technology. Okay, now I move into the difference between the two, research methodology and research methods, right? Even though to some extent, some researchers have a confusion, to put it the word of methodology and method. Basically, methodology and method are different, methodology means a philosophical word. Basically, this is a philosophical assumption, so-called as methodology, right? Where the purpose is to encompass the overall approach, for example, and then also framework, right? Even conceptual framework and theoretical underpinning guiding the research process. So basically, this is the philosophical assumption where its main objective to examine a research method. So methodology or research methodology means to examine a research method or to test the research method, to analyze the research method. Whether the research method is appropriate or not, then you use research methodology. This is means by research methodology, right? But in fact, many of researchers, utilizing the word of research methodology in interchangeable with a research method, right? But if someone having some understanding appropriately, then we could understand that they are having a wrong way to put it in the research report, put it the methodology. But in fact, it is a method. It is a method. Whereas research methods is referred to the specific techniques, right? Specific technique or tool used to gather and analyze data, right? So basically, that is the thing, So methodology itself is a philosophical assumption in the same line such as ontology, epistemology, right? Rhetorics, and then also axiology are the same levels as so-called as philosophical assumption, But in fact, for the research method, this is the technique, the technique, the tools to gather the data. But methodology is to examine the appropriateness of research method utilizing into conducting the research. Okay, so this is the difference among them. Okay. And then we come to the digital technology and concept, right? And here I put it the word of digital technology. This is a key driver of recent trend in digital transformation, right? As we discussed before, digitalization, and digital transformation is revolutionizing a wide range of industry, business, and various aspects of life. Okay, so this means digital technology. Then the common example of digital technology and concept, you could see here, there are 4 digital and electronic devices, right? This is a physical equipment that uses digital data, and this is such as that you have smartphone, for example, laptops, camera, right? And personal computers. This is means by digital electronic devices, right? If you flashback to the history of the digital, right? Yeah, basically not far ago, right? I believe it was started when it was research conducted by University of Pennsylvania and collaborate with Defense Ministry in the United States. Then finally come into being now so-called as the digital, right? And then the digital signals, and then digital media and digital data. There are for example, the common example of digital technology to differentiate among them: digital and electronic devices, digital signal, media, and data. So this is the possible thing that we can gather, the data from it. Right. Now, a benefit of being the digital, I believe that everyone know it, even though to some extent we are not in appropriations of defining or understanding it, right? But in fact, we must describe it. We must describe it, the benefit of being digital, right? Yeah, of course, it is, improve people experience, improve researcher experience, right? By having the digital tools and technology, such as chatbot and people relationship management system improve, For example, here is customer experiences and response time, for example, or even as you are as a researcher, right? And then automation, supply chain and business processes can be automated by using digital technologies, such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, and robotic process automation, and so forth. So it's really, having digital, and it is very much having beneficial, as we are as a researcher, improve our research experience. And then also automation in a way that we do research on it, right? Easy of accessibility and management, right? So we must embrace, the technology developed, by the people having the competence on the innovation of the technology, right? But of course, we needed spare some money, right, to afford the technology into our way of researching. And then easy accessibility and management, right? So it means that digital data is easier to access and manage. For example, unlike analog data, and digital recording can be copied, edited, moved without loss, and sound quality, you see. Yeah, I believe we are today also experiencing, how we copy paste, even though to some extent that we have to be having the ethical way of copying, ethical way of synthesizing, for example. But in fact, the benefit is easy, ease of accessibility and managing, our data. And then simplified the storage, digital data can be convenient, store and hard drive, solid state drive, memory card, and cloud storage now is becoming fashion to the way that we do research, and exploring them, you see. And then quick access to information, right? Quick access to information. Then digital platforms such as the internet and search engine make it easy, to extract information on any topic, any topic. You could trace it, you could trace it. With the chat GPT, it might be also much very easier. You are proposing a research, right? But in fact, have to be careful with the plagiarism, right? With the plagiarism. But out of it, this is very simplified, the mechanism of storage, the mechanism of documented, accessibility is very much easier, right? Yeah, I remember it was before when I conducted my PhD, it's not like today, you see. So type writings, is still, used. Yeah, even though it was before there was a computer, but not as sophisticated like today. And also the cloud storage, there was no any. But today, then cloud storage, you could choose it, you could name it, and then dependent upon spending money that very affordable for you, right? And then quick access to the information, of course, and also enhance flexibility, enhance flexibility. Conducting research, basically, I think this is very much been beneficial if you are using such kind of digital transformation, right? Right, and then digital research itself, this is such conducting research online, you see. And then there are range of digital method that can be used to collect the data for your research, right? In the collection of data. Yeah, even though you are in non-mainstream type of research, right? And then let's say, for example, you are appointing informants, to be interviewed, right? And then if you are using such kind of digital research, then you may have make it appointment by having Zoom meeting, for example, online meeting, right? To have the interview much easier, dependent upon the commitment among you as a researcher and the appointment of the informants, the commitment, right? The commitment. But sometimes not easy, right? To the access of the people having the commitment, right? And helping you to do the research. But dependent upon how good you are having an access to the individual, right? To the individual. So this is what means by the digital method or internet method, involving conducting research online. You see, there are two main ways in which you might use digital methods in your community-led action research project. One is using digital technology to conduct research method online, and then using the internet as source of data to conduct research, right? If you are using the secondary data, that will be much easier today because many of the company now utilizing the context of reporting, having digitalization, right? Digitalizing, publishing through the web, and then you can grab it into it, and then you may select which one the information is really into being the context of you do the research, based on your research question and the objective of your research. So basically, digital technology now is everywhere, make it easy you to have it. And then rather than face-to-face, you see, face-to-face spending much time and then also costly, but then using the digital technology much easier, you see. And then conducting interview, yeah, the paragraph, I don't know to say that, the paragraph below, example of digital research method, conducting an interview or group discussion using video call, Skype, Facebook, Zoom, right? And also could be also using multiple calls, and then using a social media platform as an online discussion forums, and then conducting online survey and consultation. So now is very much easier, you see. And then the observation possible utilizing the geographical model, utilizing Google Earth, for example, to identify where the place that you like to observe, for example, and then using the CCTV, right? Closed circuit television, possible you could observe, how things doing the thing, or you may put it the CCTV on the research side, and then later on you download what do you call the recorder into it, and then you analyze it rather than you observe by having physical. But again, of course, plus and minus, right? Advantage and disadvantages, advantages and disadvantages, right? Because even though utilizing the technology, you might be concerned with the psychological and emotional personality or behavior, but to some extent you may not catching up them, right? But then needed some analysis, right? Using the CCTV, you put it on the research side, then you may have some analysis on the psychological and also the emotional during the life of the CCTV that you use it, not just taking the pictures. If you are taking the pictures, it means that you cannot have how the individual, the groups, when they work in this research site, for example. But in fact, if you are using the CCTV, right, and then by knowing them that you put it the CCTV into the research site and having the permissions, and they do what you call the activities as it is, right? As it is. And then using a social media platform is possible. You can get some opinion, some argumentations, and then some of the what do you call the context that you are looking for, right? And then conducting online survey consultation. I think this is very much it's been used, before. You may have closed or even open-ended questionnaires, right? And close questionnaire, close-ended, questionnaire. You put it the opinions of 1, 2, 3, 4, for example. But the open-ended questionnaire, they may have some, they feel it, the opinion, right? And then put it the remarks, but they have some argumentations on the question that you address for, right? So you put it there, possible, the online, not necessary that you are meeting with them. But of course, face-to-face are still having such kind of personality touch, and then psychological and behavior, right? Now, using the internet as data source, permittable, permittable, and of course, you have to select, the published data, whether they are official or not, right? As a part of your selecting, this is official or not, I think as researcher, have to be careful on it, right? Of course, you have to careful, finding the appropriate address is it is official, because some data may not be unofficial, may not be fake. If it is the data fake, that will be misleading, giving the interpretation. Have to be careful on it. Right, and then now this is, I think, is important to be known of you if you are non-mainstream data analysis software. This is the computer assisted or aided, non-mainstream software. CHAKDAS, that is the abbreviated. Can be used to offer tools that assist the qualitative research, such as transcription analysis, coding, text interpretation, recursive abstractions, content analysis, discourse analysis, grounded theory methodology. From that application of software. You may have query tools, for example. You may have annotation tools, code group linking tools, mapping and so forth. So this is really beneficial for you if you like to have it. Yeah, even though to some extent the people do not like to have such kind of technology, when they do research, but I think this is some of possible to be used as tools you do research. And then this is I downloaded. This is from the Google search when I tried to find how many application software available for non-mainstream, data analysis. The application, you could name it, like NVivo is much popular in Indonesia, especially that is the application to be used to the qualitative data, or you may use it as interpretive paradigm or even postmodernist, depending upon how you analyze it, A quad, this is possible to be used in analyzing text, audio, video, and graphic, And then operating system, they use Windows, The tools possible to use coding, sequence analysis, exploratory data analysis, squad. And then Atlas. Atlas is also popular, where you may use it for the text, the such kind of data that you gather, text, audio, video, graphic. This is similar to Aqua, And then operating system is also the same, as Aqua. Cassandra, Clan, coding analysis toolkit, compendium, and dovetail. But of course, some then you may have to pay, as this is not shareware, but for license. You do license, it is much better, right? But of course, you have to have it, the what do you call it, some investment, to have it. And some with open source and some with closed source. Open source is much easier to be, redevelop, right? If you like to put it some things that might be modifications on it, right? And okay, and then NVivo, this is because of putting on alphabetical orders in the application, alphabetical orders. And then for NVivo is about the last, NVivo. And the type is client, proprietary. This is the closed source, not open source. And then you may use it for the last release 2023, just recently, right? And then you could analyze it them based on the data on text, of text, of audio, of video, pictures, and web pages possible to be searched by them. And then operating system, Windows, or even you may have Macs, right? And then the tools, coding, aggregation, query, visualization on that things, you see. So this is much possible to be used, Okay. And then some others also here, I listed them all. So it means that if you are having the paradigm of non-mainstream, you may use it at this. But if you do not use it, and then you may use the application is very common. For example, using Excel or even Words, right? That is also computer assisted actually. But of course, this is not sophisticated like what they do. Very specific, gathering. But if you like to have it such kind of Excel or Word in the context of Microsoft Office, you use it, then you can use it, right? That is also so-called as digital research method, basically, even though not as sophisticated, very specific as what the applications given to you as Qual Coder and some others what you call brands, you can use it. Or you may develop, right? If you like to develop such kind of application, to assist the qualitative data analysis is possible, right? Dependent upon how you are very curious, to develop such kind of assisted qualitative data analysis. Right. So this is the getting started for digital research, right? Getting started with the digital research is start with your research questions and source material, right? Plan in stages, document your process, think carefully about how the technical work will actually be done, right? But of course, then you have to document it, You have to document it them as this is your so-called as research worksheet, research worksheet. Because research worksheets is very important. Sometimes the people is asking the research worksheets as attachment, right? As attachment. Okay. And then working with the data, you must have managed your research data. Okay. And then you build the data management plan and publish, share, preserve your data. So this is the step basically for the digital research method to be done. But I'm sure that you are really familiar with, even though you are not categorized as them as a way of using digital research method when you do research. Okay. Now, this is important to be known, especially for non-mainstream. Why? Because the validity of data is very important. In the mechanism of the process into the digital transformation needed to be known. Right? Cannot be like a black box and then finally end it with the result. But the validity of the data, you see, of course, then to some extent, you needed to have number one is triangulation of the data will be collected through multiple sources to be include observation data, interview, and focus group discussion possible, right? So triangulation doesn't mean that we needed people to give the opinion, but secondary data from other secondary data, this is also so-called as triangulation of the data. So if it is confirmed, meaning that you are having a good valid of the data. So it means this is the validity of the data for non-mainstream type of research. Okay. And then member informants examination will act as examiner throughout the analysis process. Okay. The informants, even though you are never meet the informant, it is your still the informant, right? But then you may send it the result as a member of the informant to examine, to examine the analysis process, whether the interpretation is correct. What's meant by the informant, for example, like this. This means that the valid of the data. Long-term and repeated observation at research location, fixed and repeated observation, right? So it means that, again, the observation you may use as live circuit data, closed circuit television, for example. If you do this, then you could see how their behavior, whether the behavior of the people is the same as you do the research for the first and at the end of the research. So it's mean that this is long repeated observation. And then clarification of opinion and argumentation. You can do it using that's kind of what is the mechanisms of how you do asking them again, right? and to be consistent on it. Okay, and then consider problems from informal input, possible. So I have to be careful if you are inputting with the thing, consider problems, then of course it will reduce the validity of the data. Be careful for it, okay? And then provide reason for their decision to provide input or not, okay? Then you have to put it the reason, right? And put in the note. So it means that you are having validity of the data. And then number 7, it is about explain how they find out about the input, the type of input, and why. You see, so it means that you needed some remarks, in each of argumentation, opinion, or commentary. Then you put it some note on it, right? And then the last is explain how input from informant has been used in data analysis and interpretation. So it means that this is really the reliability and the validity of data. We are not using non-mainstream. It's not using such kind of percentage or beta, what do you call, coefficients, and such kind of significance things, using Spearman product moment and so forth, right? But this is the rationality, of the non-mainstream in assessing the validity of data. Okay, in the right side, in the box, it is about the credibility, transferability, dependability, confirmability, and reflexivity. This is the term is really becoming fashion in non-mainstream. Let's say, for example, if you select, informant, then you must assess, rationally whether your informant is really having good credibility or not, the credible or not. Okay. So for example, if you like to do research, let's say the objective is to find what is called, to find the performance of the company, right? And then you choosing the informant. Which informants are having good credibility or high credibility? Okay. Of course, with them having a position rather than the people from outside. So this is meant by the credibility, right? And then also transferability, degree to which the result qualitative, research can be transferred to other contexts. It might be, even though we are not trying to generalize, but some possibility, possibility to transfer to other contexts or setting, right? To other setting with other respondent or informants. And then dependability, this is the stability of findings over time, dependability, right? And then confirmability, this is also to some extent needed in the context of relying, on the data. And then the last is reflexivity, this is really the context of how you in having reflection of the data, then coming into the interpretation. So from this screen, slide, you could see how the reliability and the validity of data, not in the context how we calculate it into way of significancy, right? But this is some reasoning, right? On the way that you do using non-mainstream and then utilizing the digital research method, right? Okay, then this is the strategies of the qualitative researchers adopt to ensure that the credibility of the study finding, So this is also similar to the previous one, but a different explanation or different description. Accounting for personal bias, so it means that we are accounting. Means considering, considering for personal bias which may have influence finding, for example. But to some extent, we may have some bias. Why? Because what do you call as non-mainstream basically also accept the bias of the individual or the subject. And then acknowledging bias, we acknowledging, and then meticulous record keeping, demonstrating the clearer decision, establishing a comparison, right? Including reads and thing and so forth. Engaging other researchers to reduce, research bias and so forth. And then the last is data triangulation, as I said. Triangulation not necessarily have to meet the people, but then you may use a secondary and other secondary data to be triangulated. Right. So I think this is my last presentation, and thank you for your attention and hearing my presentation. If you have any question, would you please to raise your hand, and also would like to give back to Mas Dr. Aloy. So thank you, Mas Dr. Aloy. I think that's all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Prof. Eko. Thank you for the precious sharing knowledge with us. Let's give us a virtual applause for Prof. Eko Ganis for this thoughtful idea, for this move. How can this digital research can inspire us? And then we are also not several, we are still learning in this webinar that there's a different perception regarding research methodology and research method. That's why we are still learning. And then also the keyword is we must embrace the technology. Okay, we are going to proceed with the questions. I already know that several participants already raised hand. We are going to start with committed to pin the participants that already raised hand. Okay. In the meantime, Prof, there's in the meantime we are waiting, Prof. There's a question from my personal interest of Professor. I noticed that Prof. Eko in the 5 paradigm that it's quite interesting, Prof. And then Prof. Eko also included spiritualism, Prof. So how actually the role of spiritualism, I mean, in the context of digital transformations, and also if you are not, if you are noticed, Prof, the content spiritualism is quite issues right now, and then how it can be perceived with our research or digital research, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mas Dr. Aloy. Well, that is very good question, concerning the implementations utilizing the spiritual paradigm, right? Well, basically, spirituality, paradigm, there are several things to be understood. One is the common grounds definition of spirituality. For example, the general meanings of spirituality, such as simply to have like honesty, it is also spiritual, right? Honesty, and then love is also spiritual, right? Love is also spiritual. And then sincerely love, sincerity, love is also spiritual. And in a very extreme way, spirituality means religion, religion, right? And I think I put it this very extreme way based on the religion. And this is the contemplation, being as aware that we are having the supreme mighty supreme God, above us, above us. So when we do a research, based on the spiritual paradigms, then we may use such kind of the holy books that guide the people to do in the betterment, right? But of course, then we have to select, because there are many messages, from the gods based on our holy books, right? Then that is the justification. That is the justification when we do the research. Then we use as the metaphor of religions as analysis, right? As an analysis, right? But now the question is in relations to the digital method, right? So how the spirituality and also digital possible to be combined, right? Well, of course, possible, right? Digital is possible, dependent upon in which area that we focus on, right? But let's say, for example, if we do like as a medium tools, right? Because it's not possible we meet the priests, we meet the religious people, for example, and then we asking the opinion, right? Then we use such kind of technology to transfer that opinion into our research, for example. That is very simple thing, right? Very simple thing. And other thing, it might be also, we may have such kind of technology to trace, for example, like this. We would like to do a historical spiritual context, right? Spiritual context. For example, we would like to dig the knowledge of religious historical context long time ago. We do not know the place, right? Let's say, for example, there is now mosque, in Palestine, right? Because today the Palestine is really having high tension, and around the world is blaming, right? Now we are thinking on Masjid al-Aqsa, right? This is the mosque that bringing the value of religious. If we would like to see how the what do you call as how the Masjid al-Aqsa is really inspiring the life of the people, then we could see from the technology that given, right? Google Earth, for example, at least we knowing the geographical area, and then we contemplate it. We contemplate it. Contemplated means bringing our mind totally, right? Totally, because we are as an experts of, let's say, in accounting in the context of long before, right? Then we contemplated the situations of Masjid al-Aqsa is bringing the meaning where the religious is having value in the society, for example. But now, why the society is always having high tension, and then also making war among each other, for example? Well, I don't know. This is, I think, a political situation. But again, if we are doing the research in the context of really historical, then we may use it. We may use it, such kind of geographical area, to understand the situation. Not only in the Masjid al-Aqsa in the Palestine, for example. Let's say, for example, in Dr. Aloy, if you visit, for example, in Rome, or we try to explore how the Luca Pacioli, see, Luca Pacioli, he was published the book of double entry. He's from Venice, Then of course, if we write the paper, we don't know the situations of Venice. the situations of where the Luca Pacioli lived before, that would be not very good, right? So that's why using the technology, we try to see how the situation of Venice. Of course, the Venice today will be different to the previous one, but we're trying to understand it and then we're writing. So this is the technology, and then the visualization and the situation. It might bring us to be much closer rather than we do not know nothing, the situation of a long time ago. So this is, I think, very short. I would like to share this some understanding. Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you, Prof. Eko, once again for this thoughtful idea. This is prestigious idea with especially for the there's doctoral students here or might be master degree. And don't forget, in the early presentations, Prof. Eko already present the paper that can be 1 hour of citation for sure if you are doing with the digital research. Before we proceed to the second speaker, please lobby to have a brief conclusions. So this presentation provides a comprehensive look into modern research methodologies adapted for digital era. The presentation also covers the paradigm shifts toward digital-based methods in ethnographic research in particular, emphasizing the importance of technology in current research practice. And also this presentation outlines various digital tools and platforms that can be utilized for collecting and analyzing research data. Furthermore, it highlights the benefit of digital transformations, such as improved accessibility and management of data, automation, and enhanced flexibility in research processes. The presentation also serves as a guide for researchers navigating the integration of digital technology into their methodology, offering practical insight into conducting digital research effectively. Once again, Prof. Eko, thank you for being here with us and then sharing with all the resource. And then I believe that this knowledge can be useful for our research, for our practical research, and also if there's any students, master or doctoral degree here.
Thank you.
Again, Prof. Eko, on behalf of ICMA and our participants here.
Thank you.
Good morning, Prof. Eko.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, dear participants, we are moving forward to the second speakers. Okay. For the second speakers, good morning, Dr. Nampuna Dolok Gultom.
Good morning, yes.
Thank you, sir, for being here with us. Here is a brief introduction to Dr. Nampuna Dolok Gultom. In the meantime, I will share. Please wait for a while. Okay, here's a brief introduction to Dr. Nampuna Dolok Gultom. He is currently a lecturer in Sunway Business School, Sunway University. Dr. Nampuna is also an ad hoc reviewer for several journals: Asia Pacific Journal of Business Administrations, Global Business and Organizational Excellence from Wiley, and the Journal of Accounting and Emerging Economies. Dr. Nampuna is also a practitioner at the Sunway Center for Environmental, Social, and Governance. Yeah. Dr. Nampuna, we have approximately 45 minutes to 1 hour for the presentation, and then the time is yours, Dr. Nampuna.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Aloysius. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me just say I'm really grateful and honored to be invited here in an international webinar arranged by ICMA. My first and foremost, highest regards to the organizers. I didn't know that there is such thing called ICMA previously because I always studied abroad. So I didn't know the existence of ICMA in the first place. So my apologies for that. And my best regards to the president of ICMA and all universities that are involved in this webinar. Salam kenal. And then if, for example, I know that this is an international webinar, but if there are some students here that would like to ask in Bahasa, it's okay. We try to, especially in my session, I try to be as informal as possible. So then the learning process could be maximized. That's how I feel about it, at least. So without further ado, let me just share my screen with my slides. Just all right. Can you hear me well though?
Yes, Dr. Ampunda, we can hear you.
Right. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see.
All right, that's cool. Okay, so this is basically I'm going to divide it into just 5 different sections for my presentation today. I'm going to talk about just a little bit about myself, just to introduce myself to the audience, and I'm going to introduce myself a little bit about my institution, which is Hanoi University. And we're moving to the a little bit background information on artificial intelligence, and also how are we going to apply AI in accounting research. But before that, I'm going to explain just a little bit, why are we doing research in accounting. So, okay, let me just, because I don't want to run out of time, and I just wanted to turn on my stopwatch. All right, here we go. So just a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Jakarta. You can call me Nam. Please don't call me Dr. Nam or anything. Just like to keep it simple for everyone. Just call me Nam. And as you can see from my last name, I'm a Batak ethnic from Indonesia. And just a little bit of my educational background. So I attended, international school back when I was in high school in Jakarta. And most of my academic journey was in Monash, University of Malaysia campus, starting from 2007 until 2017. I did Bachelor of Business Commerce as well as Doctor of Philosophy in Accounting and Finance. So these are, some of the research that I'm doing. And currently, I'm basically, my position is in a postdoctoral research fellow at Sanyo University. And Sanyo University and Monash is basically just, across the road to each other in Malaysia, in Sanoi City, in Kuala Lumpur. So it's just, we have a very good environment, in the sense that a lot of students from Indonesia also come to this area to study. We also share a lot of things and a lot of research activities within these 2 universities. So this is how Sanoi City look like. So for those of you who have not been in Sanoi before in Malaysia, so this is how, this is the view from my campus. I one day, that we can, see each other in Sanoi. Please let me know if you guys are, visiting us at Sanoi, and I'll be happy to give you a short tour, around. And so this is a little background of my institution. We currently have 9,000 students, but including the Sanoi College system, which we have a college system as well. We are currently housing about 22,000 students. So it's a large campus. Maybe not as large as most of the public universities in Indonesia in terms of number of students, but Sanoi University is only 13 years, 1-3, so it's only 13 years. So it's a very good progress for us. And, we are already, in the rankings here and there, as you can see. So we also have programs for PhD and Master of Philosophy. If you guys are interested, please, don't hesitate to contact me. We provide scholarship for our business students to study here at Sanoi. And as you can see, this will be our new campus. It will be done in 2026. It will be near the lake, which is basically across the road from the current campus. So, feel free to ask more about, how Sanoi University is to me later on after this presentation. So without further ado, let me just start with some explanations, on artificial intelligence. So a lot of people have, spoken about, the advances of AI for the past 2 years, especially with the arrival of ChatGPT and the role of Sam Altman and Elon Musk in the scenery. But many people will probably still not understand, what's the essence of AI. So it's basically just a science and engineering, process of making intelligent machines, right? So they are trying to build a form of intelligence, but without the body, without the badan, and it's basically trying to mimic or copy as closely as possible our brain, how we think, how we perceive things, how we interpret data. So that's basically what AI is all about. But the progressions of it are very promising, and it can be quite scary as well. So let me just start with the stages of artificial intelligence. When people talk about AI, essentially the things that we've seen and we can access and we can use as of today, it's basically just artificial narrow intelligence. What does it mean? It's basically just weak AI. So it's still weak. It's not really fully formed yet. And it is trained based on a certain specific sets of data, and the data is huge, yes. But essentially, we have to sort of like assist the system on how to learn this massive data. So it cannot think on its own. It doesn't have initiative yet. So that's basically, what artificial narrow intelligence means and what is currently being used, in the market. And so it's weak and it's narrow, and it can only be used for a very robust applications, by the way, but it's still very limited in a sense. And the second stage of it, and this is basically what, if you have heard the stories or the news about Sam Altman, the CEO of ChatGPT, being sacked or being fired, a few weeks ago, and then get rehired again, it's because that there is a really spread, rumor around the scenery of AI that perhaps maybe ChatGPT has invented AGI, or just a little bit of the first step towards AGI. So what is artificial general intelligence means? It's basically often called strong AI, and it has the ability to understand, learn, and apply knowledge on its own. And some of the forums and Reddit forums that I've read so far, and I followed a lot of Twitter accounts for AI developers around the world. Essentially, they like to call the project Q Star, and this Q Star is perhaps the very beginning of them, unveil the AGI. So the system, previously we have to learn and to sort of like assist them on which one that you have to learn, which output that you are producing it wrong or right. But this time it can learn on its own. And if it can learn on its own, then there is no practical difference between the machine and us, human, right? Because essentially humans have the ability to understand, learn, and apply knowledge by ourselves. So that's basically the difference between the artificial narrow intelligence and the artificial general intelligence. At this point in time, it's still theoretical in the sense that, yes, it is possible to build this, but it's still based on theory. It's not there yet. It's not here yet. But the invention of so-called Q Star maybe is the beginning of this journey. Now, this is the part that we don't like. Not to say we don't like, we are afraid the most. And this is basically what Elon Musk has been saying, all over the news, is that let's just say that we have invented AGI. What will happen if it keeps on learning and learning and learning on its own, and then it becomes a super intelligence, an entity or a machine that we never really know how to control or how to comprehend. So this is basically the AI that we are scared the most. That basically, if you have watched Terminators, those kind of like machines that that possibly could threaten our existence as humans in this world. And essentially has the superhuman capabilities. We still don't know. We cannot even measure how complex this machine can be. And not only that it can learn by itself, but it can fix itself, it can improve itself, and it can multiply by itself. So it's kind of like the show, and I mean like the movie Matrix, right? So if you have watched Matrix, so essentially it's going to look like that. If one day, artificial super intelligence exists, but it's still hypothetical. It's not here yet, guys. So you don't have to worry so much about it. It's a long way to go from our current state of AI to the super intelligence AI. But we have to discuss, from now on how to limit this AI so that it won't be, threatening for humans. So, oh yeah, by the way, feel free for the organizer to spread to pass down my slides. This is basically just the you can read this after the session. So I sort of like divide and just give it you a helicopter view on each of the differences of AI. In terms of its definition, capabilities, learning scope, consciousness, autonomy, existence, and ethical considerations. So feel free to read this later in your own spare time. But essentially, we only have the artificial narrow intelligence at the moment. We are yet, but currently on course to build artificial general intelligence, and we're still far away from artificial super intelligence. And yeah, so in short, to summarize the helicopter view from the previous slides, these are the differences. It all can perform specific tasks, but in terms of generalizing learning, across domains, the current AI, the current weak AI, it cannot learn on its own. We have to assist them in some ways or another, and it doesn't have a consciousness yet. So it's not, it's not exactly harmful for us right now, but it has a lot of real world application. So what's basically one of the typical artificial narrow intelligence? It's basically a large language model, and this is what the basic model of ChatGPT, Bard, and all these other platforms. It's basically a program, a large language model that is trained to understand, generate, and respond to human language. Why is it called large? It's because the OpenAI actually trained ChatGPT to learn from a massive volume of data, and this system is trained based on this data using neural network architecture that is so complex. Essentially, the capabilities of this machine is to do language generation, language understanding, and conversation. And there are already a lot of applications for this, virtual assistants nowadays. If you are, let's say if you want to contact your customer service, right, for banks or for your internet service providers or your phones, essentially you are facing virtual assistants first. You are not facing a real human, and you have to ask these virtual assistants until the virtual assistants cannot provide you with the best answers that you're looking for, and then only they will assign you to the actual human to actually answer your questions. So virtual assistants is actually part of this LLM model applications, and also customer service bots, tutoring systems, tools for content creation. Nowadays, if you're a YouTuber, for example, there are a lot of features that already, embedding AI into the system. All the Adobe products, Photoshop, illustrators are now already implementing AI, at some point in their system. So it's very easy for us to generate any contents when it comes to textual or images, and it can be a powerful tool for data analysis as well. Right, so this is basically just me having fun with it, a month ago, and because a DALL-E 3 is basically one of the OpenAI features to draw itself, right, to make an image or draw something from our prompt, right, from our instructions. And then this is basically, I asked the model, can you draw me an illustration of how large language model look like? And this is basically the picture that it draws and it give it to me. And I asked ChatGPT again, can you redraw what the neural network model looks like for a large language model. And then it basically provides the same image. And I asked again for the third time, I want it to look like a professional or academic type chart. And this is the final image that ChatGPT is giving me. So it's essentially, I'm asking ChatGPT to draw its own brain. And this is basically the picture that it produces. It's quite interesting, right? You know, it doesn't have, a language that we understand, but essentially, okay, this is something interesting. You know, there are a lot of layers, a lot of connections here and there. And I asked it again one more time, how it looks like with a different, chat. I close my chat and open it again, and it looks almost exactly identical between the first and the second. So it can already understand its own brain, so to speak, right? Isn't it very interesting? And well, in fact, the actual model probably looks, similar to this, right? So it's basically there's an encoder on the left side and there is a decoder on the right side. So the idea is that it tries to have train itself to have a response, to respond whatever input that we've been giving the system, and then it tries their best to produce as accurately as possible the outputs that we are asking it to do. And yes, and this is basically taken from an actual, academic journal from Future Internet, and this is basically how large language model look like when the experts actually draw on how it works, right? So, and it's basically the same plugins, the encoder, and then the generated text content on the right side is the encoder. So one part of the LLM, the large language model, is another subset machine called generative pre-trained transformer, which is GPT, and hence the name ChatGPT. So essentially, it's a model, right? It's a model that is using the reinforcement learning from human feedback. So just to keep it short, we ask the system to do something, and then it will provide with the content, and we give them a score, right? The human will assign a score. Okay, this is accurate, this is not accurate, and then using this scoring system, we reinforce the system back to relearn again the same syntax until it improves its accuracy. So it's like a back and forth kind of like conversation between the prompt engineers, the engineers that built ChatGPT, and the system itself. So it's a supervised fine tuning kind of thing, and then that is exactly the reason why prompt engineers are one of the highest paid engineers in the world right now. With an average of 300,000, US dollars per year, because it's not, it looks easy, but it's not that easy to do. And this is basically the taken from the ChatGPT forum or blog website itself, demonstrating like how exactly the reinforcement learning look like in real life situation. So how they train the system to explain something. Like, say for example, please explain this to me like as if I'm a 6-year-old. What an otter is, right? What a brang is. So, and then this is basically the sequence of it. And ChatGPT is not the only LLM-based chatbots out there. There's so many things. It's just to give you some, information. The GPT-4, if you are subscribing to the paid version of ChatGPT, GPT-4 is currently the best, and then, so to speak, the most accurate model they have today. And they conclude that it is basically as smart as a high school student. And in fact, it's not just high school student. If ChatGPT-4 is being given a test to enter law school, for example, or like SATs, basically undergraduate tests for a test basically for high school students to enter undergraduate programs in the US, they can basically get into the top schools already, right? So this is how smart the system is. And if they want to enter law school, it can already enter, the top schools in the US as well. And most of the top master's program as well, because they are testing it with the GRE, which is the SAT version of master's program, and they are doing very well as well. So this is how smart GPT-4 is already. But there are so many other things, right? GPT-4, Bing, BART, Claude 2, Aria, and essentially, GPT-4 is still one of the best performing, LLMs out there. But we have to look and see how BART is basically created by Google, how BART is going to catch up. Because as you can see here, even though it's ranked 4th now, but at the essence of its accuracy, it's actually more accurate than GPT-4. But this is the data based on middle this year, so we don't know yet about the real current data for this comparison. But it's good to see that there are a lot of competitions, and we are going to see a lot of developments from this. And here's the most interesting part, I guess, for us researchers. It doesn't have the ability to originate scientific contribution yet. So that's good, right? I mean, me as a researcher, and I will be very much upset about my job security if the ChatGPT can already create an original scientific contribution, right? So, but we don't know until how long it can be, smarter than us. It can be in the next 5 years, and it can be in the next 10 years. We don't know. But essentially, for those of you who probably will thinking, okay, my life as a lecturer will be easier if I'm just use ChatGPT and let ChatGPT to discover something new for me. Well, at least for now, it doesn't have the ability yet, right? So, and the reason why it can be so fast, right? The development of this can be so fast because the extensiveness of the data being used. As you can see, it's an exponential trajectory, right? So it's essentially 1,800 billions of parameters being used as of the Q3 last year. So that's 1.8 trillion variables, guys. So that's why ChatGPT can be so good. Imagine if you are running your Excel or running your statistical program, right, like R's data, and you have 1.8 trillion variables. So it's not that easy, to develop an AI, but it will go on an exponential trajectory. So it will be smarter and smarter every day, right? So let's talk about the people side of it, us, the human side of it. Like, why do we need to? Why do more people feel the need to learn LLM-based chatbots, right? Why do we need to integrate ChatGPT, BART, or any other LLMs in our daily life, in our work, in our research, right? Well, some of the academics from the NYU Abu Dhabi actually, have produces a survey for their students, and it's being published in the scientific reports, and then they basically summarize it that students in general, they are very excited to use this, and sometimes for a good reason, but sometimes not for a good reason, right? So as you can see, Brazilian students, Indian students, American students say that ChatGPT should be acknowledged in schoolwork, right? They agree to that. Like, for example, if they're submitting their assignment, they have to put a disclaimer down there and say, like, I actually use ChatGPT to help me do my schoolwork, right? But not so much for Japanese students, apparently, right? And if you can see on the right, on the bottom side of it, the use of ChatGPT is unethical in homework. Most students from these countries being observed, they are quite neutral in the sense that they don't feel like it's unethical to use ChatGPT for their homework, right? And in fact, most of the Indian and Brazilian students feel like this is a tool that can help them to study, that can help them to do mundane tasks easier, right? And not only that, they perceive that having a skill to use LLMs, chatbots, can also make them be more competitive in the job, right? And they are not scared that ChatGPT will take their job in the future. And not only that, it helps the non-native English students' competitiveness, because previously, you know, if they are not really fluent in English, they are going to be very difficult to discuss with their teachers. But because they can access this platform 24/7, it helps them to study better, right? As you can see on the right side here, right? And then also on the and they believe that somehow, you know, especially Brazilian and Japanese students, they think, or you know, this is educator response, right? The educators' response from these countries believe that it will one day reduce the inequality of learning, right? So meaning that it doesn't matter, you know, if we are coming from emerging countries, but if we have access to this technology, essentially we can be as competitive as those, you know, students living in a developed countries. And this is basically what the studies is all about. So, and the another interesting thing is most of the majors in university, ChatGPT is already better than humans. As you can see here, like for example, if you are taking biopsychology, if you're taking management and organizations, if you are doing cyber warfare or object-oriented programming, it is already statistically significantly, you know, better for ChatGPT, you know, or students with ChatGPT compared to those students without, you know, using ChatGPT. And this is something that we cannot, you know, avoid, right? Eventually students will be more proactive in their learning process, you know, in using this, you know, platform. And as I said before, these are basically just the summary of what I've explained. ChatGPT should be acknowledged. ChatGPT should be acknowledged, but mostly students, they are not worried if, you know, their job will be you know, affected because of this. But they know that in order for them to be more competitive, you know, some students from country like India and Brazil believe that they really need to master ChatGPT in the future. So that's basically some of the background, you know, from the AI space, right? So knowing that now we have this, you know, system, knowing that we have this platform for us, so can we use this in our research, especially research in accounting? And I'm not exactly sure what are the demographics of the audience, but in the case where you know, the audience still probably feel, or you know, curious why people do research in accounting in the first place, let me just give you you know, just a little bit of background. So essentially, you know, when I did my PhD, and I said to people, I did my PhD in accounting and finance, a lot of people ask me, is like, huh? Why do you need to do PhD in accounting, right? So because, like, you know, I understand if you're doing PhD in finance, I understand if you're doing PhD in economics, but why accounting though? Well, there are so many things in accounting space that, you know, that there's very interesting to do research on. And this is basically a very famous website for accounting researchers and, you know, and faculties, right? The Brigham Young University Accounting Research Ranking, because this website is the only one that provide you know, accounting rankings for each university and PhD programs and the professors or the academics, right? So essentially, there are a lot of types of accounting research, right? We know that there is accounting information system, or AIS. We know that there's audit research. We know that there's a financial accounting research. We know that there's a managerial accounting research, tax research, and other topics as well. And mind you that if you are not really familiar, you know, with the types of research, usually we divide this, you know, research area into three. The first one is analytical. It's basically mostly theoretical. If you find an academic journal that out of the 30 pages, 20 pages are all calculus, that's basically analytical, right? So it's all theoretical, it's all mathematical modeling. You know, some people do that in accounting as well, because the economic modeling, or has not been invented yet, and then they try to attempt and see, because most of the time, those researchers who are doing analytical work, they know that the current data sets that most databases have, they are not able to measure these things, and instead they are using mathematical models for it, just to estimate what's going to be like, right? But the most favorite of all is archival, which is basically using secondary data. If my direction is a little bit different from the previous presenter, Professor Eko. The Professor Eko is more qualitative. I'm more towards the positivism, which is the empirical work using data sets. But there is nothing wrong with using large data sets, empiricals. It's just a matter of preference, right? So, and we usually typically use combinations of large data sets in order for us to test a hypothesis, right? And there's so many different econometrics and statistical modeling for this, right? Before I go to more detail on that, the third type of research is basically experimental, right? It's mostly empirical, but it's using an actual experiment, which is like eye tracker or like EEG, those things that you put to your head and then try to see the brain pulses every time that you are being given a set of tasks, or looking at financial reports, for example, which part of the brain active more when they look at costs or when they look at profits. So these are all the experimental work. Now, today I'm going to be more focused on discussing the quasi-experimental design. So what is it exactly? And this is basically, I'm taking this from a recent, quite recent, it's last year, published in Journal of Accounting and Economics by all these four professors. One of them is Christopher Armstrong, definitely one of the top guys in accounting. It's basically they're discussing on, of all these studies that have been published, in the top journals, how are they dealing with quasi-experiments? How are they dealing with causal inferences? So for those of you who are not really familiar with causal inferences, so let's just say that usually, right, in the typical OLS kind of thing, when we run a regression and we want to see whether X, if there is a relationship between X and Y, right? Typically, we cannot say in our inferences that there is a causal effect, right? Ada hubungan sebab akibat. We cannot say that X actually affect Y or Y actually affect X. We can only say in our inferences that there is a relationship, whether it's positive or it's negative, or statistically significant or not statistically significant between X and Y, right? But oftentimes that's not how real life works, right? Y, the dependent variable, can also affect X. So this is basically the situations whereby, a lot of top journals, without them asking, those who are, attempting to publish or submit their manuscripts to these journals, it has to be addressed immediately, right? We have to take into account that there is a causal inferences here. We need to take into account the cause and effect relationship, right? But in reality, and this is the reason why on the left side, as you can see, I actually cited a lot of these materials from the Handbook of Clinical Neurology, because I just want to see a different kind of perspective from other, disciplinary. And I see that, yes, establishing causation is really complicated, even in their world, right? Neurology, clinical neurology is one of the most, I think, most challenging, when it comes to medical studies. And they already say that, establishing causation is complicated. And in theory, we can only establish causality if we examine the same group of individuals in our perspective, maybe as accounting researchers, the same group of companies, right, with and without the exposure simultaneously. So we have to look at it at the same time, right? And it's impossible in the real world to do this, because we tend to use historical data. It has to be produced first. It has to be in maybe in the form of financial reports, or some data vendors actually collecting the data for us. But essentially, we are not, testing anything in real time, right? And maybe in economics or in the medical side, in the medical research, they have this thing called randomized control trial, which is basically they go, like, for example, they go to a certain village, and then some of the group in the village receive, let's say, cash, um, uh, like bantuan langsung tunai, right? So cash distribution for this group, but not that group, and see, in the next 2 or 3 years, how are they going to be, better in terms of their livelihood, like, for example. So we have to test this at the same time. But testing a lot of hypotheses in accounting research, we cannot do real time control trial like this. So that's why it's difficult, right? And even if we have controlled so many different things, not all exposures can be randomized. Like, for example, in the context of medical research, we cannot randomize individuals based on whether they are smoking or not, because we have to ask them first, right? Are you smoking or not? And then only we know. There's no way we can randomize this, right? So that's pretty much the problems that we encounter, not only in the medical research but also in accounting research. And the typical questions from PhD students, and this is, I think, from the forum of top accounting program PhD program schools in the US and Europe, right? Typically, these are the 5 questions that they ask, right, regarding this causal inferences, right? Now, number 1 is like, does my paper need to explicitly draw causal inferences, right? So do we have to immediately establish that we understand that there is a causal inferences, that there is a cause and effect, there is a hubungan sebab akibat since the very beginning of studying the topic, right? And even if they have run the results, if they run the regressions, what if the evidence doesn't support such statements, right? So let's say, like, you have already done all the tests on causality, and you have no evidence to say whatsoever that there is no evidence for causality. Do I need to find another idea? Because if I cannot prove that there is causality, I cannot publish in top journals, for example. And this is legit, mind-intriguing questions from these PhD students. And number 3, and this is the most common, and I also encounter as well in some universities, like, what method do I need to use to draw causal inferences, right? There's so many of them. Number 4, should I motivate my paper as being about this interesting setting, which I will talk about this in a minute, or testing the underlying broader theory, right? And number 5 is does that choice of selecting a setting or testing a theory, which one is more important for my research design? And the answer is, it cannot be so straightforward, right? Because no one size fits all. Like, so for example, if you're doing your PhD in University A, and your PhD supervisor likes to do research on a setting rather than a theory, then more likely that you will do it in that way, right? And vice versa, right? So, it's very difficult to answer these questions. And typically, when we set up a research design, and this is basically taken from the same paper, they try, this is already very simple, right? So we observe first, like, for example, the toaster does not work, right? So what's the question then? Why doesn't the toaster work, right? And then the hypothesis, maybe the kitchen outlet is broken, maybe the plug, right? The stop contact or something. And then we make a prediction, right? If I use a different outlet, if I use a different stop contact, maybe the toaster will work, right? And then we test. If the toaster works, right, after I use a different outlet, move to step 6, right? Try yet another outlet to be sure. So we use, instead of just one different plug, I try it again to another plug. And if it still works, then that's it. We have answered the research question. That the hypothesis is maybe the kitchen outlet is broken, right? So the kitchen outlet is broken, right? But if it's not, that means number 7, maybe we need to revise the theory and say maybe the heating element in the toaster is broken. So we need to fix the toaster itself, right? So this is basically a simplified version of how usually we, as academics, as researchers, think in the scientific process, right? And before they even begin this, these PhD students, they already see an increasing pattern, increasing trend on quasi-experiment studies. So even at the very beginning, they try to find this setting. And what are these settings basically? So, and this is just the models usually being used, right? We have the two-stage least squares, RDD is regression discontinuity design, and DID is difference in differences, for example. So these are basically the most popular models to be used in quasi-experiment studies, right? I'm not going to go into these details because it's a 1 semester or even 2 semester long. The difference if I have to explain this, right? But essentially these are the settings, right? Mostly for all quasi-experiment studies are regulatory based, right? There is a regulation that is being in place, and you want to see whether the companies, they have to follow that certain regulation. Will they perform differently than those who are not being covered by a certain regulation, for example, right? So most of the quasi-experimental studies are regulatory studies, right? And out of those 65% of regulatory settings, we see that the settings are mostly accounting standards, disclosure standards, state law, tax law, right? And a little bit, maybe a few decades ago, 1 or 2 decades ago, SOX in Sarbanes-Oxley, right? Enforcement and so on and so forth. So there is a clear cut of what kind of research setting that people usually want to do, right? So these PhD students basically asking their professors, do I need to find a specific setting like this in order for my study to be interesting, not only interesting, but also can address the causal inferences later on, right? Because without causal inferences, we cannot publish, right? This is basically the way they are trying to justify themselves, right? And well, we know that every research, we have a trade-off, and this is a very important trade-off for us to understand, right? On the left-hand side is theory innovation, right? Where we are pursuing new ideas, uncharted territory, something that has never been done before, right? Or we go to the x-axis, to the right-hand side, which is mature ideas. It's already been established. The theory has already been discussed so many times, but there is a new setting, there is a new standard, there is a new regulations, right? So where should we go? Where should we go when we want to do research, right? And typically, if it's low in theory innovation and low in evidentiary standard, it's going to be an uninteresting study, right? But if it's a high theory innovation and high evidentiary standard, most likely it's uncommon. Very, very niche or very, very, few things that it's not being covered yet. So these are the trade-off that we need to do, right? And most of the studies that I've seen so far, they are more on the evidentiary standard. They put emphasis on, look, there is a new setting, there is a new regulation, there is a new standard, there is a new law. And you're going to see the effect of this law to many different kinds of accounting, elements, right? So these are basically the most favorite ones. Pursuing a novel idea, sometimes it may not work, it may not work. It may work, it may not work, right? And it takes a long time to produce novel ideas, right? And even if we have succeeded to find a setting, and then we have divided the groups into two, treated and control, right? Those who are not being affected by these changes in regulatory framework or regulatory settings, and one with being treated or getting an effect from this changes. We can see not only, usually we have to see it as a parallel, right? It's just like, okay, higher or lower, but sometimes it violates the parallel trends as well, which means that the gradient is changing. So when this company, for example, it's being, okay, from now on, this industry has to follow a certain rules or procedures. And sometimes it's not a parallel. It's non-linear. So it's getting more and more interesting to see these kind of studies, because it's not always a parallel effects between three, when before the regulation is imposed, and post after the regulation is being imposed. So that's the trend, right? Now, getting back to the AI, right? Since I've already explained that a lot of these things, a lot of these settings are difficult to measure. We don't have the data. We have to collect the data from somewhere, and this is where we go to discuss further. How can AI help us to answer these research questions, right? So recently, and this is a very interesting, and a lot of people have, in accounting, and has discussed about this. This is the first, I think, paper and the longest list of authors. Yeah, in just one paper, and you can see, right? There are a lot of authors doing this, right? So, okay, this is simple enough, right? The ChatGPT artificial intelligence chatbot. How well does it answer accounting assessment questions, right? Forget about all the regulatory framework, forget of all the standards, right? The effects of this, the effects of that. Let's just go to education for a moment, right? If students answering accounting questions using ChatGPT, will they perform well? And the result is, these authors basically contribute to do the exact same thing for the, from their university, and test it, on their students. And it says here that apparently ChatGPT can only provide 56.5% of the questions right, and 9.4% partially right. You need this set of so many different co-authors in order for, for them to answer this a very simple question, because they need sample size, right? But you cannot just simply do from one place only and from your class only, right? You need comparison. And this is one way to do AI research in a simple way, but very powerful. But you need a lot of people to do this, right? You need someone who is influential enough in accounting academic scene to pull this off, right? But this is more accessible. You can use AI so easily, in the education space of accounting. But the more interesting part is the less accessible ones, which is using textual analysis. And obviously, you have seen a lot of people doing textual analysis before, and mainly they're using machine learning. And is machine learning part of AI? It's like, yes, but not quite. But at least we are, it's a good starting point for people to use machine learning. It cannot be automated in such a way that, probably as sophisticated as ChatGPT, but ChatGPT will eventually can do this, right? So we have a lot of text, and this is what makes accounting research very interesting, is because we have a lot of text to analyze. The accounting handbook is this thick, right? And it's just the handbook. Imagine, different standards we can combine and ask the program to learn these texts and get some information out of this. Maybe qualitative, right? Qualitative information out of this. So, because there is no way for us as an accounting researcher that we can read all these thousands and thousands of pages in one go and can draw a conclusion from it, right? A robust conclusion from it. So we need a machine to do that, right? And this is probably later on, Prof. Cindy will solve more, I believe, using NLP and all that. But essentially, these are the steps, right? And what can we get from this? Well, as you can see, and this is a literature review done by 3 authors from Finland, I believe, in the European Accounting Review, recently published in 2023. They found that R&D intensity is apparently one of the most discussed, one of the most researched in management accounting, with number 2 in the rank being total assets, implied volatility, capital intensity, and so on and so forth. But R&D intensity is definitely, the highest when it comes to management accounting research. This is something, that, you can read 300, journals, yes. But with these tools, you can definitely see the pattern way better, way more accurate, and way faster. So then, if you know this fact before you start your PhD or even before you start your research, as in management accounting, oh, there are already a lot of studies on R&D intensity. Perhaps I may need to look at the different settings of R&D intensity. So this is one way to look at and how you can use AI, right? And last, but certainly not the least, it can already do a prediction of changes in profitability. This is taken from a contemporary accounting research journal, recently published as well in 2023 by those guys in Sydney. So they're basically taking a model unpublished by Penman and Zhang from Berkeley, and they use this matrices. Basically, it relies a lot on the estimation of next period's return on net operating assets, or RNOA. And they are PZ model. Penman and Zhang basically divide into 6 features, right? A current level of RNOA, current period change in RNOA, change in profit margin, change in asset turnover, growth in net operating assets, and current accruals. So from those 6 features, which one out of the 6 can be used using machine learning to predict the future changes in profitability? And they can already have the answer. The answer is apparently the growth in the return of net operating assets is number 1. As you can see from the RVI scores, is 100, right? The actual return on net operating assets is only 17. This is something that the typical OLS regression model cannot do. As you can see on the right side, right? OLS regression, there is a p-value of less than 1%, so it's statistically significant. But you cannot see the ranking in terms of importance when it comes to predicting future profitability. So if you are investors, if you are playing stocks right now, all you need to do is just to go back to your platform, sort your stocks and calculate every single stocks in terms of growth in the return of net operating assets, and just try and see, right? Because it is one thing that can predict future profit, future profitability the most accurately, right? We need, somebody has to test it again after this, right? But essentially, this is a finding that can only be done if AI is used, because typical modeling cannot do this, right? So that's basically, I conclude. I'm so sorry that I'm running out of time. This is basically, I do enjoy this presentation very much. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I welcome the floor to the question, to ask me questions. Thank you.
Okay, Nam, thank you for these interesting topics and the presentation. And also in the last year, several slides, we are knowing that AI gives an impact on practical. You are mentioning for if you are doing with stocks, and then there are AI can do that regulation result that regulation cannot deal with the so AI give an impact not only for researcher but also in the practical impact. And then actually there's a funny questions now. Why AI is not discovered when we are pursuing our PhD?
Well, I don't know. I mean, to be really honest with you, AI is by itself still difficult thing to learn, difficult thing to understand, right? So, and the problem, especially, I'm not familiar with the state of the art at how Indonesian academics usually do their research, but essentially, like, you need a lot of multidisciplinary people that can help you boost your research, or a grant, in order for you to win a massive grant to do research on a certain things, right? You need people from accounting, you need people from finance, you need people from computer science. Otherwise, right, this modeling you have to learn on your own. Like, based on my personal experience, I learned all this by myself. Yes, my alma mater provides certain trainings for me, just a starting point, because nobody can train AI for now. Because if you know your AI, if you know how to code LLM by yourself, you are not going to to give it away so easily to others. It's becoming your competitive advantage, right? So
Yes.
so it takes a professor who is well versed not only in accounting as well as in AI in order for this professor to to pass the knowledge to the PhD students. And this is basically the difficult part of it. Like if you're really interested in studying on how the applications of AI in accounting research, then you have to find the expert, right? Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. But can you learn by yourself? Yes, provided that you know how to code. And this is basically something that I think it's very least informed a fact for all students out there who are aspired to become a researcher in the future, whether you want to study economics, finance, or accounting, and to a certain extent now management and marketing as well. You need to know how to code. It's unwritten rule,
Yes.
but it's the fact, right?
Thank you, Nam. Especially when you are showing us with the Dell 3. I mean, I'm going to explore more about Dell 3, I guess.
It's very interesting. You can ask it to draw anything, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Nam, I will give a brief conclusion, please. It's a comprehensive presentation that covers various aspects of integrating artificial intelligence into accounting research. Dr. Nam, or also we call it Nam, also described the different stages of AI development, including narrow, general, and super intelligence, and elaborate on how AI, particularly large language models, can be leveraged as tools in accounting research to address complex situations. The presentation also delved into the use of machine learning for textual analysis in accounting, the current trends in research method, and then potential ethical consideration of AI applications in the field. The content also suggests that AI and machine learning are increasingly vital in advancing accounting research, providing innovative method for data analysis and interpretation. So, Nam, once again, on behalf of ICMA, thank you very much for this inspiring idea for might be master student or doctoral student, or might be if there's any practitioners here, because I believe we have students and also practitioners in this event. Okay. Okay, Nam, thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Isma. Thank you very much, Dr. Aloy.
Thank you please give virtual applause for Dr. Nam. Thank you so much on behalf of ICMA.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, dear participants, that will be the end of our sessions with our two distinguished speakers. I believe I can give a return to our MC, Miss Ayu. Miss Ida. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Lucius Harimukti, PhD, and all speakers for your insightful knowledge. We are now entering a break session, and the duration will take about 1 hour. And we will continue to the second session at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. And please join at 12:30 p.m. Thank you. As a request from the committee, kita akan ketemu lagi teman-teman para partisipan yang sudah hadir di dalam acara webinar ini. Sekarang saatnya kita memasuki istirahat. Waktunya akan sekitar, kalau dari sekarang berarti lebih kurang 1 jam 45 menit. Dan teman-teman akan masuk lagi, join lagi ke dalam Zoom, maupun boleh stay di Zoom karena Zoom akan tetap terbuka sampai pada pukul 12.30. Jadi untuk sesi selanjutnya akan dimulai jam 12.30. Masih ada dua speakers dari Jepang dan dari Zambia yang teman-teman akan dengarkan banyak sekali informasi yang akan diperoleh gitu terkait dengan AI dan accounting research. So stay tune di International Webinar ICMA 2023.
Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan dan pemutaran di latar belakang. Jadi, kamu bisa menonton video sambil membaca, menelusuri, belanja. YouTube Premium, lebih dari sekedar bebas iklan. Coba 1 bulan gratis. YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan dan pemutaran di latar belakang. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
In the air tonight, take over your mind, let it hypnotize. Feel it in your skin, slowly it begins, like a drug so high. In the air tonight, take over your mind, let it hypnotize. Feel it in your skin, slowly it begins, like a drug so high. In the air tonight, take over your mind, let it hypnotize. Feel it in your skin, slowly it begins, like a drug so high. In the air tonight, take over your mind, let it hypnotize. Feel it in your skin, slowly it begins, like a drug so high.
YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan. Dan video bebas iklan di aplikasi YouTube Kids. Jadi si kecil bisa asik menikmati Kids Box tanpa terganggu. YouTube Premium, lebih dari sekedar bebas iklan. Coba 1 bulan gratis. YouTube Music adalah aplikasi musik, dan dengan Music Premium, bahkan saat layar dimatikan atau menggunakan aplikasi lain, kamu tetap bisa mendengarkan musik tanpa gangguan. Sekarang, putar lagu. Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium, coba 1 bulan gratis.
Check out the Rolling Stone song Mess It Up from their new album Hackney Diamonds on YouTube and YouTube Shorts.
YouTube Music adalah aplikasi musik, dan dengan Music Premium, bahkan saat layar dimatikan atau menggunakan aplikasi lain, kamu tetap bisa mendengarkan musik tanpa gangguan. Sekarang, putar lagu. Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium, coba 1 bulan gratis. YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan dan video bebas iklan di aplikasi YouTube Kids. Coba 1 bulan gratis. YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan. Dan YouTube Music Premium, aplikasi khusus untuk streaming musik tanpa jeda. YouTube Premium lebih dari sekedar bebas iklan.
Like this song? Check out the short list playlist on YouTube. Listen now.
kamu bisa berlangganan aplikasi streaming dan aplikasi musik, atau cukup bayar YouTube Premium hanya Rp59.000 untuk keduanya. YouTube Premium, coba 1 bulan gratis.
YouTube Premium adalah bebas iklan. YouTube dan YouTube Music bebas iklan. Coba 1 bulan gratis. YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan dan pemutaran di latar belakang. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Dengarkan musik tanpa gangguan dengan Music Premium. Bahkan saat layar dimatikan atau menggunakan aplikasi lain. Sekarang, putar lagu, dapatkan YouTube Music Premium.
dengan musik premium tanpa iklan. Artinya, tidak ada jeda di lagu favorit si kecil. Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium. YouTube Music adalah aplikasi musik yang dibuat oleh YouTube. Dan inilah kunci ke lebih dari 80 juta lagu resmi. Jadi, kamu bisa terus mendengarnya sampai anak cucu, bahkan cicit ke-10mu lahir. Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan. Dan download video untuk ditonton kapan dan di mana saja. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan dan pemutaran di latar belakang. Jadi kamu bisa menonton video sambil membaca, menelusuri, belanja. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan. Dan download video untuk ditonton kapan dan di mana saja. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Dengan YouTube Music Premium, Anda dapat memutar lebih dari 80 juta lagu resmi tanpa iklan. Anda bisa terus mendengarkan lagu favorit si kecil sampai kapanpun, selamanya. Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium.
Begini, kamu bisa berlangganan aplikasi streaming dan aplikasi musik, atau cukup bayar YouTube Premium hanya Rp59.000 untuk keduanya. YouTube Premium, coba 1 bulan gratis.
YouTube Premium adalah bebas iklan. YouTube dan YouTube Music bebas iklan. Satu paket langganan, 2 aplikasi. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is the time for us to enter the second session, and the session consists of two speakers, and the session will be moderated by Ibu Ayu Puspitasari. Hello, Ibu Ayu, how are you today?
Hello, Miss Ida. Thank you. I'm fine.
Okay, before we go to the entire session, I will show you the curriculum vitae of Ibu Ayu. Ibu Ayu Puspitasari Maka is accounting lecturer in Universitas Tanjung Pura. Ibu Ayu also active as a journal editor and secretary of ICMA. Ibu Ayu was graduated from Universitas Tanjung Pura, and in 2016 until 2017, Ibu Ayu was selected as student exchange to Kochi University, Japan. Okay. Ibu Ayu, please welcome Ibu Ayu and Professor Cindy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ida, for the introduction. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I will be the moderator of today's second session. But before that, Miss Ida, I would like to confirm, is it my voice clear enough?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Well, greetings, good afternoon, and welcome to today's seminar about AI-based accounting research, digital-based research designs concepts, ideas, and innovation in research model. My name is Ayu Puspitasari, and I will be your moderator for today's discussion. To give you an overview of what we'll be discussing, we'll be covering AI and digitalization in research concepts, ideas, and innovation in research model. We'll have some time for questions and comments or discussion at the end of the presentation. The allocated time is about 15 minutes. As participants, you are encouraged to ask questions, share your thoughts, and present any relevant examples. This is meant to be an interactive discussion, so don't hesitate to contribute with your insights. Without further ado, let's get started. We have a great agenda for you today where we'll cover the following main points. The first is about digital scientific innovation, financial position report analysis using natural language processing that will be delivered by Professor Cindy Yoshiko Shirata. And then the second topic is about financial inclusion and digital finance, the pros and cons that will be delivered by Mr. Osman Jallo. Throughout the seminar, we encourage you to take notes and hold on to any questions you might have until the end. We'll aim to answer as many questions as possible during the allocated Q&A time. And then now I would like to welcome our first speaker. Hello, good afternoon, Professor Cindy. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and participation. Now it's time to hear from our first speaker in the second session. It is an honor for our organization, Ikatan Cendekiawan Muda Akuntansi, to be able to present Professor Cindy as the speaker at today's webinar. But before that, I would like to introduce first the curriculum vitae of Professor Cindy in brief. Let me share screen. So the full name of our speaker is Professor Cindy Yoshiko Shirata, BA, MBA, PhD. She is from Japan, and then I will read the summary of her curriculum vitae. She has 26 years of teaching experience in undergraduate courses, master courses, and PhD courses, including 16 years teaching in English for foreign students in master's and PhD classes. Before starting teaching, she had been working for the company, including PricewaterhouseCoopers for 20 years. And then she has interest in research Japan's economic condition from a corporate bankruptcy point of view and received some awards for research papers. The original bankruptcy prediction model is well known not only in Japan but also worldwide and used in economic society as the rating model. The main research method is analyzing corporate financial data by AI machine learning and analyzing narrative corporate reports, especially environmental reports by natural language processing with AI technology. And then she also doing the chairperson of the management research group of the Science Council in Japan. And then she also served as a member of government councils for a long time, including the Legislative Council of the Ministry of Justice for about 10 years and council chairman of the Road Tax Rating Council in Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau for 8 years. And then for her educational background, she got her MBA in University of Tsukuba, Japan, in 1994, and that in 1999 she got her PhD in business administration in University of Tsukuba, Japan. And then for her academic career, she started in April 1996 as an associate professor in Tsukuba College of Technology. And then last one is in August 2023, she got honorary professor from Tokyo International University, Japan. And then for the working experiences, Professor Cindy started in December 1981 as Assistant Manager Software Engineering Department, Prime Computer in Japan. And until present, as a Council Chairman, the Road Tax Rating Council of Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau, and then advisor in Osaka Soda, also board of director in Brotix Capital Company. She also got many awards from 1999 until now. And then she also have many publications for the books. She already wrote 8 books from 1999 until now. Mainly, the book topics is about AI technology and banking, also financial industry. And then she also do many research paper, but you can access her research paper from the link. I will share the link later if you are interested in collaborating with Professor Cindy. Okay, that's all the brief explanation and introduction about Professor Cindy. Without further ado, let's dive into today's discussion. Please welcome Professor.
Oke, terima kasih. Selamat siang. Saya bicara bahasa Indonesia cukup. So, I would like to share my PowerPoint. Okay, okay, this one. I hope you can share the sheet. Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay, and can you hear me? Bisa?
Yes, Prof. It is clear enough.
Okay, bagus. Okay. So I'm going to start about my research topic, and I really appreciate I have a good opportunity to presenting my research result at this conference. Then my topic is originally using AI technology to analyze company itself. So analyze that company's data like a financial data, but there's a huge background you compare with your country and Japan, because the most important point is the difference between accounting standards in Japan and in Indonesia or other countries. So Japan accounting standards is really, really different from IFRS, US GAAP, that other countries' accounting standards. So that difference is easy to mislead the information users. So that is one point. And one more point I can explain later on, but Japanese companies' standing point is continuing business means that they need some backgrounds. Backgrounds means that sometimes technology, good products or something. But basically, Japanese companies would like to have certain assets. So land, building, money, then they have they can do that business. So before developing the technology, most important thing is how much assets do they have, how much land, how much money they have. That's an important point. So analytical point is really different from, I want you to focus on that point. Okay, let's start. So my research is, this is a total of my research, but first goal is analyze the corporate position, not only number, but corporate position to control future risk. What does it mean? If we predict the future, if we can foresee that the future can stop something happen in the future, means that equals sustainability. So if you predict next year, the company is going down, business is going down, sales is going down. If we predict that kind of action or behaviors in advance, then we can stop it. So my point of view is future risk, not only bankruptcy, but we can control the future risk means that going concern, keep the going concern, or do availability of the sustainability. So the reason why I decided to AI for analyze, because that I believe that financial data is a kind of the future teller. Somebody says that, yeah, financial data is just a result of the previous year. Not only that, from different point of view, you are monitoring the accounting number. For instance, one company purchased a big land in a very huge money. That is their target to do something using that land in the future. So that kind of point we have to focus on is very important. But I can show you that real number, but easy to mislead the users. The financial number is quite easy to mislead the users. So I can explain that one also. And also that why this number mislead the users, because there's a gap between accounting theory and real tendency. So companies' behavior is sometimes different from accounting theory. So if you read that textbook explain that this kind of number express corporate behavior, sometimes different. And also that we have to monitoring the economic trend and financial tendencies. And also, as I mentioned, that important point is changing the accounting standards. So if the corporate business is sustainable and very smooth, continuing, suddenly number had been changing because that is not due to their business, but changing the accounting standards. So that kind of standards changing is change the number. So sometimes really difficult to read that kind of change. So I developed the corporate rating model. You can check about in the website or ResearchGate. My model is bankruptcy prediction model, but not only predict the bankruptcy. Very good performance companies compare A and B, which is more better. Which is better? So rating is ranking of the corporate position. So my model can rate ranking the corporate position, but that is developed by AI. So this model is, of course, financial data, so quantitative data, not qualitative data, financial number. But next one is I analyze that qualitative data, narrative data using natural language processing. So first step is analyze that number, quantitative number by AI. Second step is qualitative data by AI, natural processing language. So finally, I analyze that environment report. That's a kind of the boom around the world. So corporate disclose that ESG or environment issues report or something. So analyze that kind of report by natural language processing. So that is total my research. But before going to my research itself, I can explain about, Ayu-san explained about my backgrounds, but I little bit made a mistake. My academic background experience is not 26 years, but 28 years, but 2 years more past. That's no problem. And also that the other activities, I had been doing a council member or a government related support job. And also that maybe these companies, some of them Family Mart. Have you ever heard about Family Mart? No? Convenience store, like a 7-Eleven or Family Mart or something from Japan. I have been doing that audit of that company, a board member of that company. DIC is also the very well-known coloring chemical companies. But one more things I want you, today's participant, to focus on these companies, small mention join. Maybe most of you never heard of this company's name. But that company is under the Ministry of Land and Transportation in Japan. I've been doing the board member of that company. This company is supporting Indonesia so much. Now that they are doing some project with the Shimalnas group, there's so many projects running. But that join provide not loan or not grant, co-work. So put in an equity. So join as the co-worker and joining to develop this project together with. So join's very well known Japanese government-owned company, but it's so cool that looks like a private company. But anyway, that working together with Shimano so much. So I visited, when I was doing the board member of that company, I visited Indonesia so many times. But honestly speaking, for the first time I've been to the Indonesia, Jakarta was 53 years ago. So, okay. So you can check about me. Don't read the detail, but check about Wikipedia. You can read that kind of things. And also that Ayusa mentioned that the ResearchGate, you can download so many papers from there. So if you're interested in access there and try to find that paper, because so many people raise my paper. So maybe you can find some of them I talk today. Okay. So for instance, this one is a very well-known professors developed something like a rating or corporate analyzing company, Dr. Olson. But it says that Olson's model is now that compare with Olson and the Shirata model. So many people compare with my model and his model or something. So many well-known persons paper compare with my model. So that is also that helpful. Maybe your research, okay? Then, okay, the first starting point, as I said, that Japan is really different from other country, like accounting standards, accounting number treatment, legal justice, everything different. What is impression about Japan? Have you ever seen that this kind of picture where it is? Oh, it's in Japan, but not so many years ago. This is just 70-something years ago. Then it's now. Oh, change a lot. So what happened? Do you know here? Do you know that? Ayu-san know that? This is Shibuya, very well known. And Hachi statue that is very popular. So many foreign visitors come here. So most people believe that Japan is well developed, very something like a rich country. No. We have a long bad history there. Then a little bit monitoring that kind of things. But as you know that GDP ranking in Japan, third, okay, just after the World War II, 75 years. But Japan became the top 3 GDP around the world. What happened? So this one also the top share products in the world, maybe most of them you do not know very well. So these Hamamatsu Photonics, Murata Manufacturing, these goods are iPhone or cell phones. They use these products inside the machine. And maybe you heard about the Bridgestone. Okay, very famous tire company. Very well known, top share tire company in Japan. But before really talking about Bridgestone was tire company, but they established before establishing Toyota Motor, before establishing the Ford Motor Company. So Bridgestone had been producing not tire when they established. Their established point, they were manufacturing the like a socks, like not shoes at that period. So people wearing that, something like a socks, but put the rubber at the sole and running like a taxi or something, like a tuk-tuk or something. Tuk-tuk is driving right now, but Bridgestone shifted to the tire because that, well, look at outside countries. They are something like a automotive car or car looks like that kind of things is running. So maybe that car is wearing our socks. No, tire. Then they shifted that business. So Japanese company is very good to shift the business, not continuing one product continuously. That's a one point of Japanese companies. Then Japanese companies is top share products, so many, but sorry, it's in Japanese, but left hand side, left top side is a huge market group. Right below side is small market size group. So small market products, it is really hard to develop the new technology things, spending huge development cost. So Japanese companies is very unique, but good to approaching that niche area. So the high technology is focusing on that niche market. That's Japan, not big market. Okay. So look at the economic environment in Japan. So that is influence the corporate performance, of course. So we are monitoring the financial number, analyze the financial number. We have to check about the environment, economic environment. This one is SBI. It is said Business Survey Index means ask the board member of the company, only got the questionnaire, how do you think about current economic condition? If the board member says it's good, then somebody says that worse, bad, so they just count that the number, and if better person's number is better, the number is coming up. That's it. No theoretical background. But that is really interesting. This is then appreciation period. This is bubble economy peak. This one is starting the Lehman shock. That's period. Okay. But what is influence? Japanese stock market influence to the yen fluctuation rate. So as you know that by 1971, one yen is 360. Now 142. But it is so low, the press said, but just how right now? So this one is very interesting things that the stock price in Japan. So starting the 1970, and so this one is up and down, but not only increasing, not only decreasing, but up and down. That is a tendency of Japan. So yen started appreciation. I says this is the peak of the bubble economy, starting the Lehman shock, or almost the peak of the Lehman shock. That trend is quite similar to the corporate survey index, as I show you. So managers will just mind, just how they feel. This is good position, then stock price is increasing. The manager think it is worse condition, then stock is decreasing. That's it. No physical, no analytical backgrounds, nothing. Just people's mind. That is trend of the stock price in Japan. So no, I'm not sure that other countries, but Japan is like that. So stock price is something like that, this changing that. But this one is, for instance, the same period, bankrupt ratio. So bankrupt ratio is decreasing. How about the interest rate? Interest rate is influenced to the economic condition. No shape, but that corporate index is the same trend. So not the economic or real condition, but managers' mind that control that stock market. That's Japan. Very different from other countries. So we have to think about then the bankruptcy and the stock price. What the relationship these stock price, bankruptcy, stock price coming down, decreasing before going to bankrupt? Yes. Your shareholder can predict the bankruptcy. Yes, but shareholder cannot predict the bankruptcy. No. So the financial numbers and stock price is correlated? If yes, but does the shareholder can acquire that kind of bad financial company's stock? They never buy it. So that is not equal. So I can show you that interesting data. This is the so many companies going to bankrupt in Japan. Then 1 day before, 2 days before, 3 days before, okay, 1 month before, 6 months before, 1 year before, changing the stock price before bankruptcy. So almost straight means that almost 1 year, the stock price had been the same. So stock price, some companies suddenly decreasing before 1 month, but only 1 month. So that kind of market price is nothing to do with that corporate financial position. Bankruptcy means that, of course, that company's financial position become worse, then going to bankrupt. But that is nothing to do with the stock price or market or economic condition. That is very important point. So some analytical person compare with the stock price or financial data, but that is not influence the corporate data. So so as I said that financial numbers sometimes mislead the information users. It's only Japan case, another case or Indonesian case, I don't know, I cannot understand. For instance, ratio to long-term asset to the owner's equity, long-term liability plus long-term liabilities. That ratio is the lower ratio means that showing better performance. So companies going to bankrupt, B means that 1 year before bankrupt. N is a going concern group. Then plus this X mark is a mean. Then white line is a median. So compared to two group, that ratio is almost the same. So of course that accounting theory or the textbook says that this ratio is decreasing means that better performance. But real data, that is not changed. Something. This is 1992, 2000. How about after that? Almost the same. So this is a special tendency or behavior of the corporate. Not the theory is wrong. I say that theory is correct. But corporate behavior influence to the or showing the different result. That has very important point. So this one is so many different type of the financial numbers, different type of the financial numbers. Most of them says that textbook says this ratio higher is better or lower better or something. But each of them is different financial number. Left-hand side is the company going to bankrupt the next year. Right-hand side is going concern group. But the distribution are almost the same. This one is the first one, but the second group, that is a different ratios, but almost all the same. So if ask the AI to put these data, please select the reasonable ratio to predict bankruptcy or something. Of course, misunderstanding. AI does not understand the background of the company. So that's important point. So there's a two types of ratio, something like this. So bad performance companies, everybody believe that the ratio is going better than increasing this way. Or worst case going down. No. Some ratio like a former ratio I show you, the better performance area period, the good group is lower, worse group is higher, but corporate financial position getting worse and worse, that is decreasing again. So that is so many ratios, something like that. So pre-trained, pre-research is very important to use AI. Okay, so this is just one example. This is a tendency of that one financial ratio, then bankrupt group and non-bankrupt group. Then mean B, mean non-B. Okay, then this one is mean group, bankrupt group. This one is the mean of the non-bankrupt group. So distribution is completely the same. Then this one is after the bubble economy, so-called. So these two groups, bankrupt companies, going concern group, almost the same. After that, decreasing, but that is not due to that financial position. That is influenced to the, I can say that interest rate, land price. This one is, for instance, a land price in Japan. This was 1983, 2022. So that land price in Tokyo area, that blue one is that the business district, that central part of Tokyo. Japanese companies acquired land and property and keeping it as an asset for continuously. So the companies in 1983, before that, Japanese economy was so nice. So company believed that their business is growing. So they purchased so many lands during this period. But after that fact happened, these prices decreasing. That means, as you know, the asset price of the financial statement that are recorded by historical cost. That means when they purchase the price. So if they purchase that land in a very expensive price, that price is still remaining as an asset in a balance sheet. But real position is the price is decreasing. So if that company sell that land, cannot get that money, that decreasing so much. So that is tricky point of Japan. Okay. So this one also, this is interest rate. So interest rate is decreasing, and why it stopped in 2012? Because it's continuous this year, almost 0% in Japan. So this period, suddenly interest rate is decreasing. So this one is influenced to the financial number. This one is so many financial ratios. So for instance, as I says, straight line is that bankrupt group. Dot line is going concern group. No, I made a mistake. Dot line is a bankrupt group. Straight line is a going concern group. These groups are a little bit different, but the number is decreasing. That is not by their performance. This one is correlated of the stock interest rate. That's it. So we are monitoring this portion. So that kind of tricky things. And look at this one in the same period. This one, this ratio is not influenced by this interest rate. But it's really interesting. I can say that straight line is a going concern group. Then dot line is a bankrupt group. But that is almost duplicated. So these appear the time series correlated between two ratios, but they are not affecting by the interest rate, but this ratio cannot discriminate better performance, bad performance group. There's so many financial numbers like this. This ratio is not influenced by the interest rate. It is the same period. So the ratio influenced by the interest rate is decreasing so much, but this ratio does not decreasing, means not influenced by the economic condition interest rate. But look at this one. These ratios almost the same. So the company going to bankrupt 1 year before, or going concern better performance group, the ratio is the same. So as I says that if you ask the AI to analyze this data, AI misunderstanding. Especially, maybe you know that the liquidity ratio, very well-known, famous ratio to study accounting. And also that the fixed asset to donate equity and long liability. So liquidity ratio, higher ratio is better. But straight line and dot line, which is higher? This one also. This is true. This is the fact. So that kind of the ratio, not affected by the time changing, but in effect to analyze the financial position. Difficult to analyze the financial position. Monitoring the liquidity ratio, that's impossible. Okay? So that's very important point if you use or if you analyze that data. That is little bit misleads the information users, not only information users, but AI or statistical method. These two misunderstanding the position of the company. Okay. So these are also that interesting data, but this one is cash flow related data. So cash flow data is really interesting because that bankrupt group and non-bankrupt group, median, mean, duplicated. So completely duplicated. That's a trend. Okay. So first, I try to analyze that what type of the company going to bankrupt. I'd like to know. But financial analysis is really difficult. I understand. Then why company is going to bankrupt? Because that, okay, failure market strategy, of course, but finally lack the cash, of course, right? But why it happened? Because that maybe that is the poor management misunderstanding that the marketing strategy or financial strategies. So that is how to monitoring the poor management. That's most important point. Okay, so previous literature, there's so many type of things. Many years ago, 1966 or something like that, there's also that the non-financial approach model. Then financial approach model and single variables, multi-variable models, so many different AI models also that developed starting 1992 or something. Not so new, okay? I studied analyzed that 2003 or something. Altman's model, that is the most well-known model around the world. This is Dr. Altman. So he's very well-known. But I try to analyze that the data with that non-financial portion with using AI. That is my approach. So sample data is that non-bankrupt group 3,400, bankrupt group 1,400. Altman's model was so well-known. But when he developed his first model, he used 33 bankrupt groups and 33 non-bankrupt firms. My model used more than 3,000 and also bankrupt firms is more than 1,000. So that is the biggest data size to making that kind of model. So select variables is very important, as I said, that what is influence to the number? Interest rate, land price, currency exchange, Lehman shock, COVID-19, something. So we have to take it out, not including these kind of numbers. That's very important because we selected all of them, sometimes mislead the AI to make different decisions. So we have to check about statistical significant. What is influence to that number changing? That's very important point. What is the cause to change the financial number? So we have to find out, extract certain number because I show you that so many map before. These variables is almost the same distribution by bankrupt, non-bankrupt group when company facing bad financial position. So we cannot use that kind of things because AI cannot understand that this number means that better performance or bad performance facing distress, AI cannot understand. So anyway, that extract these ratio that to make easy mislead. So anyway, that kind of process to pre-train is very important. Only remaining stable ratios. Then analysis, statistical analysis and AI, what's the difference between? Statistical analysis needs a hypothesis, right? Basically, numerical numbers. They need assumption. So some questionnaires analyze that statistical method. Then questionnaire says that female 1, male 0. Oh, difference between female and male is eternally different, huge different. So statistical can control only number. 1 and 2 is a double. That's it. So machine learning hypothesis different. So not only numerical data, but they can analyze that numerical data and narrative data also. So we don't need any assumption, put the data in it. But as I said, the important point is pre-trained data. AI can easy to misunderstanding that, which is difference between. So that kind of quite ambiguous data we cannot put in, okay? So pre-train is very important. So I selected the financial data from the total 3,434 to the 1,436. Then AI selected so many variables. There's so many variables, but top 4 variables is these variables. But I cannot choose 4 variables only. Then first, as I mentioned, that the Altman's data is only 30, so very small data they analyzed, previous literature. Then some data I picked up. There's so many variables selected. So many variables, and I make the pair of each variables. Different pair, so many different pairs. And which combination is the best performance to predict or discriminate bankrupt group and non-bankrupt group. So I discriminated one by one better performance group. Okay. Then finally, I selected 4 variables. So logic model or linear model, whichever I can do that. Then I check about which is better performance, but almost the same. Then logic models looks like a modeling, but when we rate the company, logic model cannot rate everything. So I selected linear model. So that is a linear model. Then what does it mean of this model is high retained earnings, high net profit, and reasonable inventories they have, and less debt or no debt. That's a point. But not one by one, combine all data, okay? Then I check about the correlation analysis of the all data. Is there any correlation between that 4 variables? But these are no correlation at all. So low ratio, okay? This one's non-bankrupt group. So quite independent 4 variables of this model. Then this one is what is the cutoff point? Cutoff point is not so much important of the rating, but maybe that around here is the better to cut off the point of the analyze bankrupt or non-bankrupt. But the rating is nothing to do with the cutoff point, okay? Then this one is very interesting data of the Moody's and the Standard & Poor's. Very well-known, the rating company. So they are saying that the rating companies high correlated financial ratios, these rating is shareholders' equity or retained earnings. My model, number 1 selected variable is retained earnings. So quite similar result. Then this is all Japanese companies got their rating from the Standard Plus to put my model rate. So distribution is almost all the same. So if you pay for something to rate the Standard & Poor's or Moody's to rate the company, maybe you have to pay that $3 million or something. But using my model is free of charge, but got almost the same result. You got it. Okay. So analyze that companies, but using a rating means that we have to rate my model. So usually rating is that 7 or 9 or 11. But my model is including that non-public companies data. So small, tiny companies also can rate. So that my rating is only 5. Then top 5%, 20%, 50%. So that cutoff point, we pick up the number. Then that pickup number is compared with the listed firms and non-listed firms. But cutoff point are not so much different. So the same model, same number, but can analyze that public companies, listed companies, or non-listed small, tiny companies can analyze by this model. Then this one is just an example. Do you know Kao? That's a cosmetic company. Ito-Yokado, that's a 7-Eleven. JR East. Okay, Kanebo is going to bankrupt. So the less than 0.7 is going to bankrupt. By the way, Nintendo is so good. And why it's 1992 to 2000, it's to 2023. But that's the point, because this one is really straight, because 5%, 20%, 50%, 20%, because usually 50% is so many companies. So this one cannot make this kind of straight, but this one is not expanding like this, but really straight ahead. Distribution is really good. So as I mentioned that the Japan is interest rate or economic condition had been changing so much. Then 1992 to 2000, this period. So the interest rate is decreasing so much, but the rating trend is straight. Depending on the year, that's almost the same cutoff point. So can use that model. Then after that, to 2000 to 2020, then this one is the listed, non-listed, non-public companies rating. So non-public companies rating also that increasing under the COVID-19. Also, then public companies, listed companies, the listed number is very increasing. Japanese companies' financial number is good. So now, so that is influence that the ROE. ROE rating, US FRB says that Japanese companies' ROE is really bad, very bad. So what is the point of the ROE? ROE is return on equity is that very good point of view to analyze the company. So this one is the profit margin to the sell to the 70 years in Japan, 70 years. So black one is the median of the all public companies. 70 years, profit margin to the sales are almost the same. Okay, better performance group is increasing, but the median of the whole group is the same. But ROE is decreasing. So look at this one, 1971 or something. The median of the old data is more than 20%. Now it's less than 10% because accounting standards has been changed this period. So that kind of accounting standards changing influence to the number of the financial influence the financial number, then that's influence to that the financial ratio. So that's very important point to focus on. So the trend of the ROE in Japan is very higher in 1970s, but now decreasing. That is the reason why increasing this one. So owner's equity is increasing. And the pink one is a retaining earnings. So increasing retaining earnings, so the ROE is decreasing. But profit to the sales is the same. ROA is straight. That's Japan. Okay? So that kind of tendency is important. Then owner's equity ratio of the non-public companies, small, tiny companies, 2021, that is average is 40%. So huge. But it is now that the average of the wages in Japan is decreasing. But look at this one. This is very important. This one is a population in Japan. That's changing. So the population is decreasing. So the population is decreasing means that not the wages decreasing. The family age is decreasing. Senior people retired, younger people replaced with senior people. So the average salary is not decreasing, but total payment of the salary is decreasing. Okay, that is influence the financial number. So retirement senior staff, hire new younger staff, then average age of the worker is decreasing, then total amount of the salary payment or all employee will be decreasing, then total amount is changing. So as of 2023, last year, total amount of the corporate tax payment in Japan is largest, huge. And also that the total profit of the Japanese companies, SMEs is biggest. Then Japanese economic conditions very good, but it looks like a salary is looks like a decreasing, ratio is decreasing. So financial position or corporate economic conditions worse. That's not true. So that kind of mislead. How do you think about corporate bankruptcy? That is another point. How do you think about under the COVID-19 in Japan? So this is a ratio. The pink one, this one is introducing fluctuation rate in Japan, Plaza Code, and this one, so many financial institutions bankrupt, but this era we so-called the bubble economy. But under COVID-19, Japanese bankrupt cases decreasing so much. Okay, that's Japan. Not only the case, but the per debt of the bankrupt companies decreasing also. So financial positions very good right now. Retaining earnings to the total equity is the key word to predict bankruptcy or financial position, but median of the each rate is increasing under the COVID-19. So financial position become better and better right now. So I don't have enough time, so I skip this one. This one's the United States data. But this one is unemployment data in Japan. Japan is stable under the COVID-19, but the United States fired so many employees. That's Japan. So try to analyze that corporate position from the text mining. So text mining, there's so many previous research we can find, but that is just the text mining. Because text mining is, this one is the first one. Analyze that the non-going concern companies annual report disclosed on the website of the Ministry of Finance. And the going concern group, that company is bankrupt, but 1 year before bankrupt. Then what's the difference between these two groups? Then there's so many footnotes of the disclosure information. These information, anybody can download it around the world. Ministry of Finance disclosed this report. So analyze that these footnote portion, then compare with that two groups, going concern group and bankrupt companies group. This is so-called chasen. Chasen is like this tea ceremonies using that whip that TG. So that is, this software is whip and scrambling the old words and pick up. So that kind of tool, free of charge tool, then compare with financial report. This one is only all data. Then most frequency word is million yen, of course. Then second one's consolidated was that kind of things. So that one is only word frequencies of all data. Then not all the data, but compare with two groups. So B is company going to bankrupt. GC is a going concern group. Third words is different between two groups. Then this is a number. So total appearance in the whole sample, a total 5 number or average appearance or something compared with two groups. Then the most different point, look at this one, dividend and dividend propensity. That is different between bankrupt group, going concern group. And also that the price earnings ratio, a dividend that is related to the dividend. And also more interesting thing is the quality needs. That's the difference because that bankrupt group is 3, but going concern group is 44, so much different. So what does it mean? We analyze dividend section of corporate bank financial report is showing very different point. So we check about dividend portion, try to analyze next analysis. So confirm that the strong financial power is the retaining earnings, net income, and also inventories and borrowing ratio. That is we confirmed. So check about this one, relationship, retaining earnings, inventory turnover, interest period. Then these keywords are selected for the going concern companies. Going concern companies selected these words more than bankrupt group. So dividend, and retaining earnings, internal revenue, or retaining earnings. So that is related to the number. And the dividend, of course, need the ROA, and the dividend comes from the total net income. So these words, growth is related. So these words, frequency is related to the financial number. Also, quality and needs. These words are different from the bankrupt group, non-bankrupt group. High quality products and fit to the market is the decreasing the inventory. So almost all are related, all words and ratio. So second research is try to analyze that. What's the keyword to company going to bankrupt? So this one is more sample data collecting from the annual report disclosed at the Ministry of Finance website. So bankrupt group, 90 firms, non-bankrupt 90 firms. These are bankrupt between 1999 to 2005. So 1 year before bankrupt. Of course, that 2 years financial report are available. So minimum companies selected 2 years financial report. Then these companies are going to bankrupt, going concern. So analyze that these companies by rating, by my model, how is their position. Then compare with 2 groups. So 2 is that IBM Omni finding. This one is the pre-development stage of the Watson. So this analysis is working together with the IBM. Then dividend, so retaining earnings, that is a keyword for the word frequencies we picked up. So we analyzed that the condition probability method using these dividend, retaining earnings word. So condition probability method, what does it mean? This one is easy way is sometimes retaining earnings future, retaining as business expand, retaining as effective investment, that is no meaning. So conditional probability means that the 2 words appear in the same sentence, but not only after that retaining earnings, but before that retaining earnings also picked up. So that kind of combination that the AI selected. So dividend, combination with the dividend, non-bankrupt group says interim or additional dividend or increasing the dividend or something. But the bankrupt group says that dividend plus no dividend, of course, but regret. That's the keyword, very interesting keyword. Regret means, I'm sorry, excuse. So companies cannot say no more about the dividend, anything. But if there's no dividend, but they try to develop more R&D and something to spend the money. So this year we could not distribute the dividend, but we try to expand more. They never say that excuse. There's no more excuse. They say that we regret to say. So retaining earnings portion does not have any relationship with that kind of things. So retaining earnings plus non-bankrupt group has R&D, new business, develop, invest. But bankrupt group is not so much meanings. So interesting thing is that, as I show you that that kind of no dividend, then regret. I'm sorry. That's a keyword of the bankrupt group's story. So conditional probability technique is that showing that company frequently find report using to a regret. That is sign 100% company using this word going to bankrupt. Okay, so the third one, we try to analyze that. So that kind of narrative information can predict the worst financial position of the company. So third one is that the motivation to analyze that the financial number, quality data, and corporate disclose information. So for instance, environment issues in Japan. We have a huge issues in Japan. It was not so much well known, but Japan has so many environment issues starting 1910 or something. Long history we have, and so many courts we have. So that environment things is very important issues facing Japanese companies. So many lawsuits, more than 100 years. So there's so many previous literatures using natural language processing, analyzing that that kind of ESG report, environment report. But this time, research design is that we try to think about all stakeholders. So, for instance, IRRC says that green ranking or that kind of things they focus on, but we do not have so much data. Japanese companies ranking of the that kind of green ranking around the world or something. So this time we are collecting the environment report that is temporary. Japanese government try to collect the data mandatory, not mandatory, voluntary basis. So anyway, environment treatment, how is the relationship that corporate position? So what is the SDGs most important? Sustainability is very important, not for the earth or world, but workers or employees, because keeping the business is very important. So all related person should want company to go in concern and sustainability. Okay, so what is the minimum requirement to keep the sustainability or going concern? So this time we use the rating the company, sample companies by model, because modeling by financial position, better financial position group, worse financial position group. So that is very important. Then find the co-occurrence network. I can show you that later on. That is, we use KH Coder. That's a free software. So we selected that the data from, as I said, that the Japan Ministry of Environment started a pilot program. That's 2013. 206 companies joined that voluntary basis sample test. Then that is the total data sources. There's so many items, but we cannot analyze all of them, but most of them are text data. So we decided to select the value chain management engagement portion. Then as I said that Newsweek green ranking, somebody asked me or advised me to compare with Newsweek green ranking and this report. But Japanese companies included that kind of news green ranking is only 11 companies. So this time we are analyzing more than 200 companies. So we could not use that kind of companies. And also Santry, that's a very famous companies. But Santry is, as you know, that non-listed companies, non-public, private. So that's positions different. So the sample data, all of them is a BB rating is, of course, that's so much by rating by financial position using by my model. Then I try to use that better performance, better financial group and worse financial group. Compare with two groups, first the difference between. So this one is that word frequencies, what kind of word that each rating use. AA group use a taku or support or something, but BB and B group, so not so better performance group says environment. Of course, this is environment report. So they use that environment, but really different from, okay? Then this one is a high rated from correlated with the rating, which word is correlated with the each rating, financial rating. So trade or this kind of things is correlated or explain a report is better performance group. But for instance, that worst financial group is that reduction, confirm, aim for. Okay. So this group is not good financial position group use these kind of words. So this one is some company use the same word many times. For instance, 2.78 times using the same word or something. So longer report is no meaning. Longer is longer. So the longest is nothing to do with the contents of the report. This one is something like a example of that some companies picked up. So these companies, AA group, use procurement or environment, but of course that the BB group, Diverse House, Maeda Corporation, they're using. Also Nikon and Sony group, their rating is B, but they also use these words. So only use these words. You pick up the word frequencies, really difficult to identify that their position. So what we have to do, use a KH coder. So this KH coder you can find on the website. This is free of charge software, okay? Then they have a Japanese, English, French, German, Italian, Tidak Bahasa Indonesia, tapi English or all languages you can use. So I strongly recommend you try to use this one. You can find KH coder on the website. You can download that source, okay? So I can show you that the result. That is the last sheet. I split out A performance group, better financial group, worse financial group. Then middle one is that both group use this word, procurement, environment, of course, environment report. So here they use, but co-appearance with what word with this one. So B group is, for instance, environment, year, then expand, try, aim for. So they are going to do from now on. So PDCA, they are plan, do, face. But A group is the procurement, environment, use guideline, policy, standards, use, report. Already have been done. So most important point is you analyze the data, that's okay. But if company does not have enough money, enough room, the company fire the staff and treat the environment issues, that's impossible, right? Business is more important. So compare with the financial position, with these words, they cannot tell a lie. So they are writing a report, but they try to write, but that's showing that they are not coming to the result. Okay, so this is example of the Hitachi, quite simple report. Environment, business, environment, information, quite simple. But for instance, Rengo, that's a very well-known Japanese cardboard recycling company. Their report is so nice. They are also that paperboard reduce emission with customers treatment, cooperate with customers, cardboard paper manufacturing, conservation suppliers, forest, or illegal, so pulp or something like that. So looks like this analysis result of the KH coder. Oh, their report is, looks nice, right? So which word is appear with which word? That is important. And the background, you compare with the financial position of the company, then you can clean it up that their real position. So result of the conclusion, financially stable firm forward-looking and constructive in determining their response to the environment treatment. So trade, property improvement they are using. But financial weak companies, they, as I said, that they fired staff, they closed that machine, then treat that environment issues. That's impossible. So that is most important point. Then I told you that I believe that the cage coder can make information users visually. That's the that kind of output report, narrative report, what they are saying. So you can visualizing using this kind of report. So these are the differences, and so they did be 2 minutes or something expand my talking, but I finished it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Prof. Cindy, for your insightful presentation. I'm sure that our audience has learned a lot from you today. Before we go to the Q&A session, I have one question for you, Prof. Cindy. Is it okay?
Yes, sure.
Yes. I think this is my personal point of view and my personal opinion. I think this topic is very interesting, but for me, as novice researchers, I think this topic is quite difficult for me. So, do you have any advice or tips for researchers, like beginner researchers like me and maybe my friends in like hardship like that? Thank you, Professor.
Okay, one point I advise you or PhD candidates or student, first, try to compare with financial position and something output. Okay, so not only analyze or check about output or their report or something, but better performance group and worse performance group, what is difference between? So that is point, because now AI is so boom, but only analyze that data. But as I says, that important thing is that background of the company. They have enough room, enough money to treat these kind of things. So usually try to compare with the financial position. For instance, my model, you can find at the ResearchGate or something. You can use my model free of charge at any time, and any country's company you can use. So try to analyze then by the rating. What's the difference between each rating? That is one point. And one more point is, I can show you this one. I strongly recommend you to try to use KH Coder. That's so interesting. So this one is the English and Japanese also, because the Japanese people developed this model. So tidak bahasa Indonesia, so have to translate into English or something. But this co-occurrence, co-appeared, which word with which word. Then this one is, as I said, discriminate two groups, better financial group and worse financial group. So only analyze that all data one time, but worse group and better group, what's the difference between co-occurrence? That is very interesting, I think. So in your countries, Indonesia, not only Indonesia, so the countries, maybe depending on the financial position, their behavior or result would be different, I think.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Cindy, for the insightful explanation. I got it, and I will try to maybe make research that's similar to what you have explained to us. Okay, thank you. And then let's continue to the audience. Here I saw one question from Dr. Nampuna, I think. Well, I will read the question. Where is it? Okay, Prof. Cindy, what is your take about Japan's persistence to maintain near zero interest rate policy? Japan is the only one amongst the developed country to still maintain the near zero interest rate policy. How long can it last, in your opinion?
Sorry, please say it again. I'm not sure. I cannot understand what you mean.
I've sent the question to you directly, Prof. Cindy.
Okay. Let's. Okay. Is it in the chat?
Yes, in
Okay.
chat.
Okay. Maybe that the government says that try to increase the interest rate, but as you know, Japan is keeping the interest rate zero continuously because Japanese people are not so much interested in interest rate because in the United States or economic point of view, interest rate is related to the marketplace. So interest rate is higher, then people shifted the money to the market to the bank for interest rate. Interest rate is decreasing, then they withdraw the money to send it or spend it to the market. But in case of Japan, interest rate is so low, but the investors of the stock market or market is more than 50% are the foreign investors. So nothing to do with the Japanese people. So government only focusing on the how much money invited from the foreign countries. So they looks like Japanese interest rate is low, then people move to their money to the Japan market. So as you know that Japan market price, stock price right now is so huge, very expensive. So that is one of the strategy of the government, I think, how to collect the money from where. So not internally, collecting the money from the outside of the country. So for instance, the Japanese people, ordinary people's saving money, total of the saving money is the more than government budget. So much cash that Japanese people has, but they are not so much interested in saving the money at the bank. Interest rate is zero, that's okay. And also that Japanese people don't care about stock market or market. Do you understand? That's really difficult. If directly ask me the question, that would be fine.
Okay, any feedback from Dr. Nampuna, maybe? You can activate the microphone to give the feedback.
Very much, Prof. Cindy, sorry. Yeah, because like I've always looked at the data. I mean, US for a decade now have made the same near zero interest rate as well, right? Because of the global financial crisis. But I've always amazed by Japan, especially when it's been like almost 2 decades now, near zero interest rates. And is there any effect on the inflation? I mean, like if for example, inflation goes up in Japan, how would the central bank of Japan manage to manage the inflation? But how do Japanese government maintain inflation then without interest rate?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your questions. It is says, so that's very important point. Very good questions. It is says, so it is inflation of the market or the goods, the price is increasing. Is it true? So, what does it mean? So the wages or salary of Japanese people are decreasing, government announced, government says. But that is not, that's true, but not true. Because as I says that distribution of the ages is changing. So average age divided, all payment divided employees is decreasing because average age is decreasing. So that kind of structure, so government says that inflation so much, but compared with the United States, or everybody's surprising when we go to the Hawaii or United States, that's so expensive compared with Japanese market. So
Yep.
price is, let's come to Japan. Not so much increasing the price of foods or something. So government announced like that. That is some backgrounds, I think. But actually, not so much increasing the goods price or something. Then important thing is the corporate increasing the price of something, food or something, 10% or 20%. But that is, the last time they increasing the price was 20 years ago or something. So they are not increasing every year and every year.
Okay, so that's the main difference, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Very interesting.
Yeah, and the compare with the salary, then the goods price, how much the percentage of the goods price to the salary and something, that is not so increasing so much. It is says, report says, government announced. That's that, but that is not true. Something.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Cindy. I really
Yeah.
appreciate your presentation.
I think that's an important point. You analyze collecting the data and compare. Oh, it's not true. Something like that. You can do that.
Yes, yes. Because at the end of the day, bankruptcy in the Western world is really tied to the interest rate. But in Japan, interest rate has always been zero for the past 20 years. So yeah, so fundamental essentially is the one that has to be strong, right? To
Yeah.
avoid bankruptcy. All right.
Yeah. And as I said, as I show you that under the COVID-19, bankrupt ratio is decreasing, including SMEs, small, tiny companies. No company is going to bankrupt right now.
Yeah, I agree.
That's Japan.
That's Japan. All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Cindy.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rampuna, for the feedback. And here I see Professor Susela. I would like to say hi to Prof. Susela. Good afternoon, Prof. Okay, thank you for attending our webinar, and thank you for your help introducing and connecting me to Prof. Cindy also. Okay, we still have enough time for one question. Maybe, Prof. Susela, do you have any comments or anything to discuss? Please feel free.
Prof, you are still muted, Prof. Susela.
Yes.
Sorry, I've got a sore throat, but it's so good to hear Professor Cindy. Cindy is a very old friend. We know each other since, well, how many years? Since 1990s. I first met her in 1989, and she has been so passionate about bankruptcy research. She was using qualitative software for qualitative data analysis, and now she's moved to AI. And I'm sure she will continue using our newer, latest software or AI in expanding that research. We are looking forward to it because we are also very keen to use AI in our analysis of qualitative data. So Dr. Nampuna has got some ideas, so we'll catch up with you soon. And thank you for your presentation, Prof. Cindy.
Thank you, Susla.
Okay, thank you once again for your time and contribution, Prof. Cindy. And please give a big round of applause to Prof. Cindy. Please click the menu, applause. Okay, thank you once more, Prof. Cindy, and we will continue to the next speaker. I will contact you later after this webinar.
Thank you. How can I? これでいいのかな? OK。あ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and participation. Now we will continue to our second speaker. But before that, I would like to say hello first. Mr. Usman, have you joined us?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Good morning
hello,
from my
good
end.
afternoon, maybe morning there. Good morning, Mr. Usman. Okay,
Morning.
so I will introduce our second speaker. Please wait a minute. I will share his CV. So this is the curriculum vitae of Mr. Usman Jello with full name Usman Jello BSc Accounting MA. For his educational background, he got his bachelor degree in University of the Gambia, and then for the master degree in Universitas Erlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. Currently, he works as administrative and financial manager, advisor in German Agency for International Cooperation. And then in August 2021 until February 2023 as an accountant part-time in Westminster Foundation for Democracy. And then he is also a reviewer from November 2020 until present in Business Management and Strategy Journal. Is it journal? Mr. Osman?
Yes,
And then
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Administrative and Finance Manager Gambia Participas Kaniping, the Gambia. And then he also worked as external auditor and internal auditor. He opened two consultancy in April 2021 as lead trainer and researcher at International Republican Institute. And for his personal skills covered information technology, IT, research software tools, accounting application system, and project accountant for over 6 projects while in Gambia participates. He also wrote many publications and got awards and honors, also joined conferences. So this is a short or brief explanation and introduction about Mr. Usman. For the next, please welcome Mr. Usman. The time is 1 hour for presentation, and we will continue 15 minutes for question and answer and discussion session. Please, Mr. Usman.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ayu, and thank you for the invitation, to participate as Indonesian Young Accountants Association. I'm really honored, and then also before going further, I would like to thank all the presenters who presented here. Thank you so much. And Prof. Cindy, it was a very insightful presentation. It was quite confusing at some point. I'm like, where am I seeing all these figures from? So before overdue, I would like to share my screen. Should I share the PowerPoint here? The PowerPoint. So let me know when you can see my screen, and then I will start the presentation.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
All right. Okay, once again, thank you so much. I will take you through the financial inclusion and digital finance, the pros and cons. Specifically, I will take some case studies and some examples from the Gambia, South Africa, and then some part of Southeast Asia also. Well, financial inclusion has been a very interesting topic over the years, especially in this part of the world where you have most of the transactions or most of the business dealings are mostly done in cash. But over the years, we really thrived and we really did well. We have surpassed many economies right now in terms of financial inclusion. So we talk about the trends, some of the case studies, like I said earlier, and then the domestic landscape of financial inclusion, the key observation, implications of financial inclusion. That's where I will take you through the pros and cons also, and then we go with the Q&A. If you have any questions, then we can discuss. The digital financial services, like I said earlier, is a booming sector. It's a growing sector all around the world, not only in this part of the world, this sub-Saharan Africa, no, but then all around the world, you see people engaging in their financial dealing, using their mobiles, using e-bankings, using ATMs, and so forth. And then we have some few stats, some statistics that I would like to share. By 2025, 1.6 billion newly included individual. This is a huge growing when it comes to financial inclusion over the years, from barter system to currency cash, not to currency cash-based system, now to financial inclusion, that is digital finance. Is quite an impressive trend. Very interesting. So by 2025 also, we have more than 3 trillion, 6% global GDP boost. This is not a very bad news. We have a lot of investments that are done digitally without being present in a country. This has a lot of implications, positively, outweighs the negative implications, obviously. Over more than 1 billion, no, more than 100 billion annual reduction in government leakages. So we have, when there is more dealing of cash, when cash involved most of the time, the corruption level, the kickbacks is quite huge, especially this part of the world where you don't have anti-corruption commissions, you don't have punishment mechanisms in place. So it's really a huge problem here dealing with cash-based economy, whatsoever you call it. So we have seen, and then the annual reduction in corruption, especially in the government sector, we reduced by 110 billion. This is quite a significant amount and quite a positive gain. More than 4 trillion in new deposits. We have seen lately how gamblings are done online. How e-currencies also are done online. How people have their stocks, have their shares, in terms of deposit digitally. We have, more than 95 jobs created. This job can be in various areas, from tech, from finance, from entrepreneurs. You have all these new jobs, which is quite a significant amount, like honestly speaking. So you have 2.1 trillion new in new credit. This is quite a significant amount. So now we are talking about figures, and these figures are quite quite large, quite huge when it comes to globally. So digital finance services are catalysts for digital financial inclusion. Well, when we talk about financial inclusion, we have to first understand the ecosystem of financial inclusion. What entails the ecosystem? What is the food chain, I call it, when it comes to the digital financial inclusion? We have the providers, we have the banks and non-banks. You have the digital financial services that they provide. account, payment services, loans, insurance, investment, you name it. Then you have the users. This boils down to the users, entities that use digital financial services, products and services. You have the customer, consumers, the merchants, this is the businessmen, women. You have the government, and then you have also the intermediaries. That is they are part of the food chain in this case. They are part of the ecosystem. They are the agents and then the processors. They are the one between us, the final consumers, the government, the merchants, and then the providers. Those are the banks. And then the non-banking services, the bureau de change, the real exchange, the money changers, you name it. And then you also have some few cases that I also discussed later on in the in my presentation. What is digital financial inclusion? Digital financial inclusion, this is the elimination of cash in a whole financial transaction, from the most educated person to the least educated one. From the president down to the market woman, down to the gardener, down to the how accessible in terms of finance. So, if I'm educated, am I the only one who should go to the bank and then claim for money, or who should go to the bank and deposit, or who should benefit from digital services like the ATM, like also the mobile wallet? Is it only meant for the educated one? Then this is where we put the inclusion in place. All people should be included. Disabled, able, all should be included in this case. Have digital transaction platforms. These are the digital. What are the platform players that these banks create? That these government, merchants, and agents. And then we have devices. Obviously, when using digital finance, you don't expect to be manual. There is either your laptop, either your mobile phone, either your smartwatch, so on and so forth. There must be a device in place. Then you have the additional financial services via digital transaction platform. These are also part of the agents, the intermediaries that also facilitates. Like you have 10 banks. Are they all using the same system? Are they all using the same softwares to enable digital financial transaction to take in place? This is also a scenario. This is what also I'll talk about this later in my presentation. This is one of the hindrances or one of the problems that we are facing in this part of the world. Competition comes in way of banks, and to the extent that they cannot even come together and develop a unique platform for all of them to benefit. Yeah. All right. So we have the digital financial inclusion drivers. What are the drivers? What are the forces that allows us to be confident enough to say, okay, this is digital finance. This is happening right now. They have the technology and distribution. I said this earlier. The technology should be in place. The infrastructural technology should be in place. The internet should be stable. The servers should be okay for digital financial inclusion to be in place. You have the policy and regulation. There should be a regulation in place. There should be a policy in place. Okay, we are all, most of us in this call are financial oriented. We are either accountants, finance professionals, lecturers, researchers, all in finance. But one of the discipline of this profession is about regulation, rules. Digital financial services also, there must be a policy and regulations. If you do X, Y, Z, if you breach X, Y, Z, this is the thing that is going to happen. This is the punishment in place. So obviously, this will guide us. It's more of laws. We have governments, and governments have the right to create laws. Three, we have the open finance ecosystem. It should be open. When we talk about financial inclusion, digital finance inclusion, it should be open for everybody. Then we have a data. There must be a data in place. There must be something you want to work with. So we go to some few statistics, in Africa, Asia, and some Pacific regions. Digital financial inclusion is driving the provision of financial services in developing countries, resulting in financial inclusion and previously existing. Digital Financial Inclusion Index. This is IMF working paper, which is quite detailed and quite interesting with their analysis. So digital, we have seen, let's say Africa, Asia, Pacific, Latin America, Caribbean, Middle East, and then the Central Asia. So have imagined Europe. Now we have seen how Africa is adopting digital finance. Because, well, like to be honest, I was quite reluctant when it comes to digital finance during my time in Ghana until I left and went to Indonesia for studies. I have seen how people embrace digital finance, how you go to the supermarket or how you go to the mini market and then take your card, slash it, and then that was not available here. Here you go to the ATM, but now modern technologies that are imported from other countries. Developers have seen Africa has a very large population, to be honest, which is quite a very attractive market for any investor to come and invest in. Digital financial inclusion is found to be relatively high in countries in Africa and Asia and the Pacific regions. These are areas where you have a large market and where you have people also being sensitized on how digital finance can affect and change their lives and make it very easy. Let's compare 2014 or 2014 and 2017. There's a huge gap. Look at in the case of Africa, from 0.28% to 0.06 index. This is quite huge. This is almost half, more than half rather. So you see how people are adopting. Let's go to Asia and Pacific Asia. From 0.27 to 0.45, this is also quite significant amount that people are moving, sign away from traditional financial transaction to more conventional and more digital financial sources. This is quite impressive. Then you look at most countries saw an increase in digital financial inclusion index between 2014 to 2017, driving both by access and usage dimensions. This is like I said earlier, it should be the ecosystem should be open. It should be accessible. People should have access. If I have a smartphone, I should access digital finance. If I have an Android phone, either OIS operation or Android, I should have a digital finance in place. Even if I have my simple phone without any, I know this will sound weird, but we have simple phones nowadays. We have simple phones without any internet, just manual. But you should have your finance in place that you can make a transaction without even an internet. Using your digital mobile, digital wallet, you can make a transaction. It should be accessible. Third point, the improvement was particularly large in African countries. We have seen Ghana, Benin, and Senegal. I'm just next neighbor to Senegal. But I went to Senegal. I've seen how Senegal embrace. They have this platform called the Orange platform, and then they have Wave. Every person in Senegal has a Wave account. Everybody has a Wave account. Some of them, their daily transactions, they don't carry cash anymore. They have their mobile phones. They have their shops in every corner. You can deposit, you can withdraw, you can pay, you can request payments using your mobile phone, using your digital platforms like the Wave and then so it's quite impressive in Senegal. Honestly, I've been there and I've seen how they embrace financial services. So that's why recently, this past 12 months, we have some of few that are in the Gambia now. We have the likes of Wave and Orange. They are really in the Gambia and they have quite impressed Gambians on how digital finance can change. Not everybody should go to the bank, but then you can use a mobile wallet and then you make transactions. So when it comes to the traditional financial inclusion in the region, okay, how reluctant are the others? Why are they not moving to the new trend? Why? Traditional financial inclusion is found to be relatively high in countries in Asia and the Pacific region, Latin America, and then the Caribbean and emerging Europe. Traditional financial inclusion index remained broadly unchanged between 2014 and 2017. In 8 countries experienced in decline 3. So now we have seen here how the margin is, for example, in Africa, how the margin is from changing in 2014 to 27, which is just 3 years. And then we have seen how Asia and the Pacific, you compare the differences in terms of percentage change, you have the differences high in Africa. So you have the reluctant rate lesser in the Africa region. So it's quite impressive and also quite surprising to see how we are embracing digital finance and then financial inclusion. So fintech innovations, such as mobile money, I've explained this earlier, are driving digital financial inclusion with sub-Saharan African region leading the pack. So we have GSM operators also really honestly taking the lead in terms of digital finance, and then mobile money, so on and so forth. So now, this is some figures like a report, from the industry report on mobile money, GSMM. The sub-Saharan Africa, like it's quite huge, honestly, to be speaking. Some of these figures, when I saw it at first, I was quite surprised. Like, what are we doing? How are we going? We have the mobile money transaction values by region in billions. 490 billion dollars is quite a significant amount in the volume of transactions. Because like I told you, we have a very large population, huge population. So when everybody comes dealing with, like I said, you don't only have to should have an iPhone or an Android phone to have access. Most of our market women, most of our indigenous people have simple phones, and the simple phones have this mobile money, mobile wallet. In the Ghana, we have AfriCell and we have QCell. These are two competitors really dealing with in terms of mobile services. You can be at your home and have access to mobile transaction. So I will not dispute, and I will not dispute the statistics. So we have seen in Europe how low is in Europe. So in Europe, most probably you are expecting digital finance in the form of not of mobile money, but you expect almost that quarter of the population to have access to internet. That's not the case in Africa. In Africa, you have half of the population don't have access to internet, or even more than half, they don't have access to internet. So mobile wallet is their only to go mechanisms in terms of financial inclusion or digital finance. But in Europe, in Asia, in America, and in the Americas, you have people who have access to internet. You have accounts, you have access to mobile banking. Here we have quite restrictions. We have few banks that offer those services. So you will see the 4 billion in terms of mobile money is quite a justifiable figure. So I have mobile transaction value shares per region. Again, Africa too, we have sub-Saharan Africa. This is West Africa. It's made of 17 countries. You have, quite honestly, you have a large number of people who have lesser access to internet than the other regions in Africa and then the other region around the world. And then obviously you will have more people bargaining on mobile money. So one innovation which is making impact on those who are financially excluded is mobile money. Like I said, some of these market women, some of these domestic women, some of these domestic who live in the in the rural areas, they don't have access to internet. They're excluded. So the only place that they can go to is using their mobile money. So this is the issue here. They are kind of excluded. They don't have access to internet. They don't have access to physical banking. They don't have access to digital banking. So the only thing that they have is using their mobile wallet. Usage of mobile money services is driving digital financial inclusion around the world, with sub-Saharan region leading the pack. I explained this previously. You have, the only to go to is the mobile money. The region processes mobile transaction to the value of about 490 billion US dollars during 2020, which is quite significant, quite large, which is equivalent to over 60% of global market share. So it's not a small figure anyway compared to other regions. which is quite well, I would say not really bad, because you expect, at least people are dealing in terms of mobile money, but they are not in terms of digital financial inclusion. They are excluded. So maybe it's not quite a very good news on their end also, because they want to benefit all the services that other countries are benefiting. The region was followed by South South Asia region, 17%, East Asia, and Pacific 14%. Like I said, in those part of the world, you just need to have a card. Like in I've been to Indonesia, Malaysia. I have seen how they deal when it comes to digital finance. You have ATMs all over the place. You have ATM stations. Here we don't have that. You have one ATM and you have 20 kilometers before you reach another ATM. It's quite, honestly, like it's quite huge. Or like the place I live, I have to drive 30 minutes to 1 hour to reach to an ATM. Or my closest is to go to the airport, which is 20 minutes. But which is quite inconvenient to be at the airport just to have access to ATM. But I've seen how Asia, Europe, and America, how digitally, financially okay they are. You have ATM in every corner. Honestly speaking, you have ATM in supermarkets. Here you don't have that. You have ATM in malls. Here you don't have that. So you have seen the only place that's the only place that we can go to is the mobile money. Next slide. Next on the agenda is digital financial inclusion. Kesto, like I said earlier, I will take South Africa, Gambia, and then other countries too. Across the world, digital financial inclusion is being led by various players. Like honestly speaking, you have banks, you have corporations, agencies that are really taking the lead when it comes to digital finance. They are coming with new innovations every now and then, which is quite, honestly impressive. We have e-money guarantee. This is in Kenya. They have expanded in Kenya, in Nigeria, and in Tanzania. They are quite doing well, and they're also in Ghana. This is they are really taking particular interest when it comes to digital finance services and coming with new innovations every time. Emergency loan via mobile phone in Kenya, government bond retail in Kenya. You have agriculture, African countries, credit scoring, non-financial. We're having all these things now. These were not in place before. But then you have the South Americas, and then the Americas, you have the credit scoring, behavioral data, e-money also being one of the booming industry also in that part of the world. There are some case studies or some examples. I've taken examples in all over the world, not only in Africa, but in Gambia I can take few examples. Like I mentioned earlier, you have Africell, you have QCell. They are really taking the lead. And then when it comes to banks, you have EcoBank. EcoBank is quite impressive. They have this digital platform that they call Omni Lite, Omni Plus, whereby you can go and do all your transactions, all your business transactions online. It's that quick, as easy as that, which is quite honestly impressive. Yeah. So, domestic landscape. So, where are we? Where are we when it comes to digital finance? How far have we gone when it comes to digital finance, both in Africa, Asia, Europe, and then globally? Access to mobile phones has increased significantly over the past 10 years. Like, quite honestly, over the decade, we have seen how okay, like for example, I went to school until I graduate. I have never have access to mobile phone. I went to from nursery 1 to grade 12. I never had a phone. The mobile phone revolution in Africa, or in the Gambia, let me say in the Gambia, started in 1990. Our first GSM started in 2000. The year 2000 is Gamtel, which is just below 3 decades ago, which is just above 2 decades, like 23 years old. So which is quite new compared to other countries where you have mobile phones since in the 70s. You have telephone lines, sorry, since in the 70s, in the 50s, in the 40s. You have all those things. You have these revolutions have been there, but this revolution comes in this part of the world, just over 2 decades. So it's quite a very new phenomenon. So we have subscribers, so we have people who adopted the system because people don't trust the services. How can they adopt the system? A lot of people are indigenous and they are reluctant to adopt mobile phones. So the phone revolution was not quite embraced. But then we have, over the last 10 years from 2010 to now, honestly speaking, you have millions and millions and millions of subscribers, which is quite impressive. Like I was talking to one of my friends the other time, I was saying, are these GSM operators, is it true, the subscribers that they are mentioning? Because Gambia, we have a population of 2 million people. If a GSM come and tell you we have a subscriber of 1.5 billion, 5 million people, how realistic is that? So I was having a conversation with a friend. How realistic is this? But quite honestly, every kid today, like all my siblings, they're in primary 4, you hold in grade 4, they have their tablets, they have access to Wi-Fi, they have access to WhatsApp, they use WhatsApp. So quite honestly, we have moved on now. We have seen this statistic depicts the number of mobile cellular subscription per 100 inhabitants in the Gambia. Between 2000 to 2020 is, quite really impressive, because we have Gamcell have been here for over 7 years. In 2007, that's when we have a competitor, and then in 2010 we have others. No, in 2004, that's when we have a competitor, and then in 2017, then in 2010. So you have all these competitors coming in, and yeah, it's quite honestly, we are moving from analog to digital now. Overall, there has been a sharp increase in access to cell phone subscribers per 100 inhabitants in the Gambia during the past 10 years. That's from 2010 to now. You have people who adopted mobile phones, who have access to tablets, who have access to mobile phones, to SIM cards. It's now that we have a lot of these restrictions that you have to register. You have to have an ID card before you have a SIM card, or then your parent has to guarantee you, or then your guardian has to guarantee you before having a SIM card. But when it started earlier, we don't have all this in place, and it was really easy for people to go and then access cellular data, cellular network. Yeah. So by 2019, the number was its highest recording, 166 mobile subscriptions registered per 100 inhabitants. This is above like the highest we have recorded so far, before slowing down to 161, which is not significant. Mobile subscribers registered for every 100 people in 2020. Majority of South African consumers are using digital services. So this is a case in South Africa. South Africa is quite a big economy. It's quite a very huge economy. You have a lot of these corporations there, a lot of international companies, international corporations, and their populations is quite big. So obviously, they are adopting to cellular money, to mobile money, to financial inclusion and digital finance. Digital population in South Africa as of January 2021 in millions. Active internet users, 38 million. This is half. This is three-quarter of South Africa's populations. So now, who are we excluding? We are excluding the old who don't have access to finance, to mobile phones anymore. We have access to kids from year 1 to year 5. They cannot handle mobile phones. Take them out of the populations. You have to 38 million. This is quite a significant amount. Active mobile internet users. This is mobile. You have just less of 2 million who have active mobile. So it means that 36 million South Africans have access to their mobile data and mobile internet without using other source of internet like the Wi-Fi, the LAN, you name it, the fiber. They have access to their mobile data. Now, honestly, this is quite impressive. Active social media usage. Well, social media is we are in that revolution right now. And we have 25 million, again, high figure. Active mobile social media usage, 26 is even higher, quite also high. This studies provide information on the internet usage penetration in South Africa as of July 2021. As of January 2021, there was 38 million active internet users in South Africa. This is equivalent to 68% of the population. Like I said, is one third of the population of South Africa. This is more than half of South Africa's population. If you remove the old, the young, the sick, the one in prison, you remove them, you have almost everyone in South Africa has access to digital, not to internet infrastructure. Among them, an overwhelming majority, over 36, it's quite overwhelming, honestly, also use mobile internet. During the same period, it was also found that nearly 99% of those using social media access their accounts through mobile phones. Somebody's raising a hand. Can I carry on? Oh. Do I need to carry on? I see somebody raising a hand. Not quite sure. Okay, I mean, silent mean yes. Huh? So, large number of Africans are using digital channels to interact. Yeah, we have seen how I explained that earlier. Cell phone banking is the preferred channel when buying airtime data. For example, if I want to buy airtime here, if I want to buy my electricity, if I want to buy my internet, I can just simply use my phone and then buy. You have banking apps is preferred channel when making third-party payments. This has come to trust issue. Like I said earlier, we have the EcoBank, the Omni platform, the Omni Plus, and then the Omni Lite. How are they doing? How are they able to have a platform that can make third-party payments, payment to suppliers, payment to vendors, dealing with government and other authorities? You can just simply do payment online. 9% of adult population has access to platforms that offer access to credit facilities. 55% of adult population have access to platforms that offer access to insurance. These are all very very good incentive that banks of bank financial institution and non-financial institution are. 22% of adult populations have access to platforms that offer access to savings account. Yeah, which is also quite good, quite impressive. Cell phone banking is a preferred method when transmitting money from your account to somebody. Like I use my bank app, I can use my mobile money and then do a transaction to somebody. It is quite easy and then convenient. Cell phone banking is preferred. Cell phone banking is preferred method when transferring money from one bank account to the other. This also, you can just take your app. Is like when I was in Indonesia. Before that, I've never used a banking app. I don't know what banking app is, but in Indonesia, you just send me your bank reckoning, they call it, your bank number, and then I transfer the money. Or I just go to the ATM and then type your bank number, and then the money is transferred in your account. Here, we don't have that. We have that within these 3 years. 3 to 4 years now. Yeah, that we have all this platform in place, and then you have trust issues people reluctant to adopt the system also. So we have digital channels featured prominently among the top 5 preferred channels for sending and receiving money in South Africa. I have discussed this earlier. Channels for sending money and channels for receiving money. All these boils down to trust issues. Sending money, Shoprite money market is the most preferred channel, followed by cell phone money, internet banking, EFT, banking apps. I also mentioned this earlier. Digital channels such as cell phone money, internet banking, and banking apps are providing to be are proven to be a very popular among the consumers for sending money. This also, like I said, trust issues. For sending money, I prefer using my bank account, my mobile money rather, my app to just send money. But when receiving money too, I prefer other ATMs, no other options like the ATMs, the instant cash, and some digital channels, instant cash. Yeah. So key observations over the years, we have tried globally, we have tried regionally, and then, what we have observed, some of the pros and cons here is where we talk about the risks. What are the risks involved? What are the key benefits of adopting to mobile banking? Our study uncovered some key risks and benefits for digital financial inclusion in the Gambia. Key risks, unfamiliarity risks for customers due to their lack of knowledge with the products, services, and providers, such as their resulting vulnerability and exploitation and abuse. Unfamiliarity, okay, these are new entrants, new market entrants that have come and not doing enough sensitization in terms of their services, in terms of how digital finance inclusion can help ease financial transactions. Lacking this, and you have some trust issues. You have some people not trusting you with your platforms. So you have retail agent related risks. These are intermediaries, like the ecosystem I explained earlier. You have intermediaries in between. Due to the new providers, new entrants, again, providing services that are not subject to the consumer protection provision that apply to banks and other traditional financial inclusion. Like I said, policy and regulation. Without policy and regulation, people will not trust the services that you're doing. You have banks, they have their policies, they have their regulation. Other traditional financial inclusion, like the money changer, the bureau de change, you have all these. They all have the insurance companies. They all have their rules and regulations. So without rules and regulation in digital financial inclusion, then quite honestly, there will be a large drop, when it comes to people adopting. So these are one of the risks that people look at, risk analysis before, adopting a new digital platform. Inadequate technological infrastructure and high levels of informality, mostly rural communities. All right. When you go to the rural communities, like I said, in the ecosystem also, there's platform. There should be a platform. There should be an infrastructure in place. There should be a stable, sufficient internet and cheap internet or moderate internet, affordable internet in place before you can transact digital finance. In rural areas, these are the communities that are deprived from internet, that are deprived from access to digital infrastructure. What do you do? How do you ease? How do you make sure you mount some servers, you mount some access poles in those communities so that they can have access to internet and then have access to digital finance? You're going to introduce digital finance in the rural areas, and then you expect them to adopt digital finance without having the internet or the technological infrastructure in place. These all things have to be leveled, and then make the rules, or but don't be too restrictive. Loosen it a little bit, so that they can adopt to digital finance and then have trust in issues. Key benefits, we have benefits of digital finance. Honestly, in Africa, around the world, access to formal financial services. Payments are easier, transfers are easier, savings, credits, insurance, securities. These are way easier than before, where you have to take your money, cash it out, and go to the bank, transact. Now you have to sit at the comfort of your home, pay salary, receive salary, pay a supplier, buy bonds online, buy securities online, pay insurance online. It's like, quite honestly, it's so convenient. I remember I attended a conference in Brawijaya, Malang, which was of the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And then this was a very interesting presentation, a very interesting conference, because it deals with how are we moving from analog, from traditional, to now adopting this new reality, the new reality of financial inclusion, the new reality of digital finance. How do we make things so digital that we don't need to move with money? Like in Australia, last week, I was listening to a BBC report that says Australia now, they are coming with new charges when it comes to cash-based economy. When you're transacting with cash, they charge you. It's just like when you have bank charges. When I'm sending from Mandarin to Diamond Bank, for example, I will have some charges, maybe 15 rupiah normally. Or if I need to withdraw an ATM, which is not Mandarin, so I need to have a 15,000 rupiah rather, as a bank charge. So now they are saying even cash, when you handle cash, you are paying somebody cash, you have to be charged for it. So this is a way of telling people, we are moving away from cash-based economy to digital-based economy, which is not like taken by the population. They are quite, pitches here and there. Typically lower cost of digital transactional platforms. Both, it's quite low. If I want to transfer from Mandarin to Diamond Bank, I just need to pay, for example, I pay 15 rupiah. But what about if I have to go up to the bank? I have to pay Gojek, or I have to use my car. I have to burn fuel. How much is that? How much is GoPay? Is quite expensive. And then the time also. Reduce risk. Reduce risk in the sense of, it's more of cashless. Though we have hackers, we have there, but the risk is mitigated. Minimal. I have 2 million with me in cash and 2 million with me in my account, in my mobile money. I trust it more in my mobile than when it's with me. $2 million, I cannot sleep. I cannot have it in my house and then be sleeping. It's not possible. But if I have 2 million in my mobile wallet or in my bank account, I'm okay, because I know the bank will take care of it. Yeah. So it can also promote economic empowerment by enabling asset accumulation for women in particular. Like, since the start of my presentation, I mentioned women, market women, because they are one of the most marginalized when it comes to digital finance. They are the gardeners, they are the market women, they go sell products here and there. So final, second to last slide, where we go to 4 key implications of financial inclusion. Inadequate technological infrastructure. It is only a dream when you don't put the effort there, or when the goal is not there. You cannot be mentioning digital financial inclusion without the adequate technological infrastructure in place. You should have the internet, you should have the companies, you should have the banks, you should have the accessibility, the platforms, everything that comes to digital should be in place before you can start. And then electricity supply. There should be a reliable electricity, to have these things working. In this part of the world, we have a problem when it comes to digital finance, especially when it comes to electricity. Familiarity risk. Familiarity risk also is another issue, because Improving financial literacy. Financial literacy, this is, well, this is a problem. This is a problem in the Gambia and sub-Saharan Africa and then other African countries. People they think everything finance is too complicated to handle. So they are not familiar with financial words, with also using of apps. What does this code mean here and there is also another implications that should be factored out before initiating digital financial inclusion. Digital technology risk, support risk management by conducting digital technology related risk awareness workshops and trainings. It's quite important to be having, ongoing training, ongoing workshops when it comes to digital finance. Um, Introduce a platform, but educate people what digital finance is. How do you perform financial inclusion? I think Asia is doing quite well, honestly speaking, when it comes to this, because I attended two conferences in Malaysia, in Penang, and then in Kuala Lumpur. But then you have other Asian countries. You have Singapore was there. You have Vietnam. You have Japan was there, and then you have Indonesia was there. And then it was quite impressive, like how they were so passionate. They are so passionate about awareness creation when it comes to digital finance. How the workshop was so well received. I think that's where I first started having the idea of how will I go from here. There is this professor from Vietnam. We had this exchange. I think we even wanted to work on the research, but it was not realized on digital finance. On digital finance, financial inclusion, and so on in Arab countries. We wanted to take the MENA and then the Arab countries as a case study, Qatar and then others, but then it was not successful. But yeah. So retail agency related, because wherever you have intermediary in between, obviously there's a risk. In the ecosystem, we have agents there. So obviously there's a risk involved on how an integrated approach improves third-party risk management by bringing together capabilities to track and monitor third-party activity. Detect cyber threats in system that third parties access and authenticate third-party users and govern their access. So the policies should not only be with the banks, with the final user, but it should also boil down to the retailers, the intermediaries in between. Yes, so well, thank you so much. We go to the question and answer. If you have any question, you can, I'm happy to answer. We can discuss. Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm sorry, I think I have gone beyond my time. I'm not sure.
It's okay. It's okay, Mr. Usman.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Usman, for your insightful presentation. I'm sure that our audience has learned a lot from you today. But before we move to the Q&A session, first of all, I would like to ask you first, maybe as a moderator. Okay, Mr. Usman, you have studied and lived in Indonesia, as I know. I think you understand the condition in Indonesia. In your opinion, how can this topic be developed in Indonesian case for the financial inclusion and financial technology that you have explained before?
Yeah, quite honestly, like I said, we are just getting there, but in Indonesia is already there. My first introduction to financial inclusion was when I was in Indonesia. You have platforms, even the Gojek, you pay it online. Here, you don't have that. Here, it's a taxi, you have to pull out money and then pay it. So it's more of us learning from Indonesia than Indonesia learning from us. The only part is the mobile money. The mobile money is quite low in Indonesia. You have mobile money in place, so it will be important. But then Indonesians, financially, their financial literacy is quite high. Even the bunda or the ibu in kampung, have access to to digital finance. But then also important, and then the electricity there is quite stable, infrastructure is there, which is good. But then it's also important to have mobile money in place. I think the sensitization in terms of mobile money is quite low. You know, you don't have many. I've never transacted mobile money during my time in Asia, no, in Indonesia rather. So yeah, that will be quite important to adopt. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Usman, thank you for the explanation. And I see here there is one question from the audience, from Mr. Wukuf. So he asks, I have a question. What are the key advantages and disadvantages of the growing influence of fintech in promoting financial inclusion? And how might these factors impact individuals and economics on a global scale?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. I can. Okay. All right. Yeah. Quite impressively. Fintech is growing. I attended a boot camp on fintech in Senegal. But the banks should be quite open. They should be quite innovative. They should be quite ready. The willingness should be there. The willingness should be there to come up with innovations, with new technologies to cater for digital finance inclusion. One person cannot do this all. It's more of a chain work, like the ecosystem I said earlier. And with fintech, we have lesser risks. No, we have lesser risks now. Lesser risks in the sense that I can sit in the comfort of my home and transact and send money to Indonesia. Right now, I cannot send money to Indonesia. I have to go to the bank. The bank do whatever B-band or Swift, which is quite really, really not working globally. If we are more focused on regional and country, but the global scale is not still catered for, which I think we should have digital platforms. Like, for example, let's say Western Union. I can have in America, Western Union, you can go to your mobile, to your browser, and then send money to the Gambia or send money to Indonesia. But you cannot sit in Indonesia and use Western Union and pay somebody in America. You can't do that in Gambia. So we should have fintechs should come with initiative that has to make this thing globally available for everyone. One of the risks in this or the disadvantages, might be, there's some employment part of it, but there's some unemployment part of it. You have these who are directly linked to these things might lose most of their jobs to rising stars in technology. Yeah. But on a global scale, economies are really thriving when it comes to digital financial inclusion. Like I said earlier, the only thing that is missing is trying to have a unique platform for every country. We come together as one global scale and then come with solutions to have all these things in place. But other than that, globally, like I said, you have is in billions, like 65 billions in terms of, not trillion, in terms of GDP in a global scale, like it's quite high. Yeah. Maybe you want to come in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Usman, for the explanation. I think it is answered the question from Mr. Wukuf. And then the next is we will call the audience that have raised their hands. Here is Mr. Adamu Abu Bakar. Please, Mr. Adamu, for the question.
Good morning, madam, because here in Nigeria is morning time. And the speaker, Brother Uthman, I wish you all the best. Really, we had new ideas in our academic journey. And for example, me, I understand a lot from your presentation. And by the grace of God, I had what I supposed to come to discuss with my fellow academics who are living here. What I want to ask about the issue of you talk about transforming banking system or financial system from analog to digital. I don't know, maybe if you are from Africa, because here in Africa, the major problem is issue of stability of network. You can't do transfer or digitalize your financial transaction without having a stable network. And you can find an area where people not less than 300 to 500,000 people are living without a stable network coverage. If there is a network, but it's not stable, you have started doing it, and then you see network failure or network problem or something like that. So I don't know what are the recommendations you have to present, more especially for the advanced countries, in order to look at the lower country or low income countries like here in Africa, in order to transform similar of these things, maybe to include them among the 17 digital sustainable development goals, in order to improve the life of the people in the rural areas. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Adam. I said earlier in my presentation, like in the ecosystem, if you look at the financial inclusive ecosystem, like I said, we have the infrastructure should be in place, and the infrastructure, the internet, the internet is part of it. Electricity is part of it. You forget to mention electricity, but in Africa we have a problem of electricity also. We have like 12 hours sometimes you sit without electricity, and then you are in the urban areas. So, like I said, all these things should be factored out. When you talk about financial inclusion, all these ecosystems should be in place for you to, to be digitally okay. Like the infrastructure, honestly, should be in place. Without the digital infrastructure, without the platform, the digital financial inclusion cannot be realized in not most, but all African countries, because we have a problem of internet. Like when I started my presentation, if you look at when I was sharing my screen, it was saying unstable internet. So I have internet issues like here and now and there. So I have to have my backup hotspot and then my Wi-Fi. So if the Wi-Fi is down, I use my hotspot. So I have these challenges. And Adam, quite honestly, yes, I'm from Africa, I'm from the Gambia, but then quite honestly, we have a problem when it comes to internet stability, electricity stability. Quite honestly, we are way behind. Yeah, but we are getting there slowly but slowly. We are hopeful. Yeah.
Okay, there is another question. I see here Mr. Musa is raising his hand. So please, Mr. Musa.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for allowing me to come in. Usman, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. It was well wrapped. We learned a lot from the presentation. Yeah, just a quick question that I have for you. You have mentioned one of the challenges, or a few of the challenges, to be like financial literacy and technological literacy. With that, do you think in Africa, or maybe Gambia in particular, is there how do I put it? Is there do you think the market in finance in digitalization of the economy or digital economy is still right? Like if you want to have a business in Africa, looking at the challenges in Africa in terms of infrastructure and all that, do you think is how to call it, a business that entails digitalization of economy is still right to fit in the market in Africa? I don't know if my question is clear.
Yeah. I think I quite understand your question. Yeah, I quite understand the question, Mr. Musa.
Thank you.
Well, yes, right. The market is let's say it's not fully ripe. You know, like I said, one advantage we have a very large population, you know, for digital finance to be possible. Other than that, when it comes to the literacy level, you know, it's quite low, honestly. It's quite people that's why in one of my slides is the adoption of mobile money. You know, there is no you know, from mobile money, when you are driving, you hear the adverts. When you are in your office, you hear the adverts. On your phone, they are texting you every day, like adverts of how do you use the mobile money, how are they come with incentive. So we have these things are in place. So these things are making it up for the actual digital finance. So we are more of a mobile money than a digital finance. Like in the Gambia, when it comes to bank, you have few banks. Like until now, some of the banks they don't have an app. And the few banks that have an app, they always have problem. You send your money and the money is stuck somewhere in the sky. You don't know. So now, but we still have a problem of digital financial literacy in Gambia, which is quite sad, considering how small our population is. You know, Africa, like I said, we have a very large population, but in the Gambia, we have just above 2 million people. It's quite a small population, not to adopt the digital finance, but we are getting there. You know, we are getting there. Let's say in the next 5, 10 years, we should be quite ready to adopt digital finance because now, you know, even for example, when I'm dealing with my mom will tell me if I want to give her money, for example, I prefer using my phone, transfer the money. But she will not trust. She tell me, no, 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 give me the actual cash. But I insist, no, no, no. But I think the youth also should come do this sensitization both in offices at home, you know, constantly insisting that you know what, let's send me the money, don't give me cash, send it to me, use digital platforms. Yeah, so I think we are getting there. We are not there 100%, but then we are getting there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is it clear enough, Mr. Musa, or do you have any feedback? Okay, Mr. Musa said thank you, Mr. Usman, in the chat box. Okay, I think one more question. This is from Prof. Badiuddin. Please, Prof. Badiuddin.
Very good afternoon from India. I am Professor Badiuddin Ahmed, representing Maulana Azad Central University, Hyderabad, India. Professor Usman, it was very wonderful to have your presentation. My question is digital financial inclusion. India being a developing nation, having the problem of more digital access actually, as you have been showing into East Asia and South Asia, there's a good number of people using digital technology for financial inclusion. So what would be the basic infrastructure you would suggest that because India being 75 years of its independence also couldn't reach to the unreachable so far. How do you comment, please?
Sorry, like last part, I missed the last part.
We have in India the largest population after China, but still 75. We couldn't reach the unreached through digital platform to the financial inclusion. There are good number of people living below the poverty line.
Yes. That's, you know, it's more of an irony. You know, it's quite surprising when somebody tells one of the second largest economy in terms of population having people marginalized. Like I said earlier, that's where we are different. In Africa, we are using the mobile money as an option for digital finance, those who are excluded. So in India, well, you have big cities. You have, you know, Delhi, Mumbai, and this Punjab, these big cities. But then you have other rural areas. Rural areas, there are more people in the rural areas than in the cities. So the cities, you don't have an option. You have to use digital finance. Most of the time, you have to use digital finance. But in rural areas, let's talk about farmers, like who are below the poverty line, who don't have access to internet, who don't have access to like a smartphone. What you can, the only way is for them to have access to mobile money services. Mobile money services, you don't require internet. and you have finance included. You don't require internet. You don't require to charge your phone. You just need to charge your phone once, and you can use the phone the whole week. So this is where you come with an option to use wallet services, mobile wallet services. Sensitize them, educate them on how to use mobile. So that's why you see in Africa we have the largest users, when it comes to mobile wallet services, because everybody in your phone, the text is just in and out. Please use these services. You'll have this promotion on TV, on television. So the sensitization is there. It's like a music in your ear. So you constantly hear like the mobile wallet, mobile wallet, mobile wallet. And the mobile wallet service started less than 10 years ago. It started in 2013, I think, yeah, 2013. And in India being a very large, one of the largest populations, and then, you have also a lot of educated people, a lot of financially oriented people. But then when it comes to the rural areas, that's where the issue is. The rural area, that's where the problem is. So the only option that they can come with is come up with mobile money services. If that's not an option, then the service providers should provide the necessary infrastructures in those communities. They should come up together and have a one unique infrastructure in place, one unit server in place for rural communities, to also have access to SaaS, to internet, to electricity, yeah, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So yes, my prof, I think I answered your question.
Okay, is there any feedback from Prof. Badiuddin? Is it clear enough? Okay, I think this is the last question, Mr. Usman, from Prof. Badiuddin, because the time is also has already up, and I think this is the last. Okay, thank you once again for your time and contribution, Mr. Usman. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Usman. Hit the applause button.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for invite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Usman. I think this is the end of our webinar also. Do you have any closing statement or anything to share again? Like closing statement, Mr. Usman? No?
No, well, first of all, I would just like to thank you all. Thank you for the invite. This is more like a homecoming. I've studied in Indonesia. I've seen how the economy is, how, I really appreciate it. I could never say no to a seminar or any invite when it comes to in Indo. I am from Surabaya, so terima kasih banyak, and yeah, matur suwun. I really appreciate the effort, and bye bye, ciao. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our discussion today. So I will pass this session to our MC again, Miss Ida. Please, Miss Ida.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ayu. Thank you very much, Bu Ayu, and all the speakers today for inspiring our research. And that's all for today. Hopefully, you get insightful knowledge from our speakers. And for our amazing speakers, thank you very much. Please forgive us if we made mistakes in guiding this event. And thank you, everyone who participated in making this event successful. Also, thank you for our amazing speakers and all participants. And thank you for the co-host. I'm Ida Purnama. See you in the International Webinar 2024. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, see you again. Don't forget to fill in the attendance list. Okay, thank you, Prof. Badiuddin, for the appreciation. All the session speakers have done exceedingly well in their presentation. Prof. Badiuddin, for the certificate, please fill in the attendance list. I will share once again.